Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Vifaa Tech Festival, and I am your host, Alvin Buru. As we start, we would like to thank our sponsors and partners without whom this event would not be possible. Thank you, Dell and Intel, our co-presenting sponsors, Samsung Electronics, our silver sponsor, whose beautiful 8K display you can see right here behind me. And to our enabling partners, Little, Canon, Wakify, which is our current location, and finally, the Nation Media Group. As the last day of our expo, we have exciting discussions lined up for you on top of a fairy award session at the end of the show. As we kick off, feel free to share your questions, views, and insights using the chat feature. You can follow us on all our social media platforms, and our handle is @GadgetsAfrica. Or you can simply use the hashtag Vifaa Tech Festival. Remember to explore the event floor, where we have exhibitions and games for your enjoyment, and keep in mind that we do have giveaways courtesy of Little for the highest points earned. At this juncture, let's start things off with a keynote presentation from Ken Kagota, who is Dell's product specialist. Ken, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Alan, for the introduction. My name is Ken Kagota. I work for Dell Technologies. I'm based out of Nairobi, but I cover the East African region, including Angola as a country. As a product specialist, I work with the end user computing, or what we call your client products. That's basically your desktops, PCs, and the accessories that come with it. And my topic today is reimagining the future of work. And basically, if you look at it, it simply says this is the technology or the digital workplace that empowers you to work and for our students to learn from anywhere. And this is a strategy that has been based on 30 years of industry expertise and our own digital journey, plus access to the broadest portfolio of technologies and remote work capabilities to deliver it all. So what I'll be doing is, in the next 30 minutes, I'll just be taking you through what a digital transformation is. And the digital transformation takes many forms. Just 11 years ago, there was a significant transformation caused by employees and students bringing their own devices to work and school. And that's what we used to call the bring your own device. This pivotal moment initiated a sea of change in IT process and policy to address end user accessing data with devices not owned or secured or managed by the organization. The transformation wasn't easy, but over time, the results have been rewarding. Bring your own device was the first chapter of the digital workplace and introduced the notion of tailored PC experiences that ensure productivity with satisfied end users, regardless of location. This past year, IT underwent another digital transformation that was necessitated by the requirement to seemingly overnight enable users to work and learn from anywhere. We witnessed firsthand Herculean efforts by many organizations who are to accelerate their own digital capabilities in order to protect their employees, students, patients, and communities. It was an honor to support them. Now the question becomes, how do you build upon these capabilities so that you're ready for what comes next and the infinite possibilities that are there? Although no one could have predicted the impact of the global pandemic, those organizations that were further along in their digital transformation were able to respond more quickly, more securely, and at lower costs. It's no wonder so many organizations are reflecting on their own accelerated digital journeys. We've been tracking these transformations through our own digital maturity index since 2016, with business leaders across organizations of all sizes and verticals from around the globe. In the most recent Dell Transformation Index survey, 80% of businesses confirmed that they fast-tracked their digital transformation this past 1 year. We also conducted a global survey across verticals in partnership with Dell and VMware. 90% of the respondents anticipated that they will shift to remote work, with a result of a cost saving over the next 12 months. Meanwhile, from other surveys, we also know that 79% of students prefer blended learning environments for learning, and that 74% of the companies plan to permanently shift to a more permanent remote work post-COVID-19. As our workplace continues to evolve in support of more hybrid remote workspace, and schools and academic institutions take on entirely new remote education models, the need for smarter devices with essential peripherals plus a flexible and responsive IT environment cannot be understated. We strongly believe that now is the time to reassess remote work and learn capabilities in order to accelerate your vision for a digital workplace that's ready for anything. One that ensures seamless productivity from anywhere with a secure and agile infrastructure to enable it all. Like you, we are focused on taking care of our people. We've spent the last decade providing remote work capabilities to a global team, so we understand what it takes to do this successfully. And that having to do it suddenly can be exhausting. Today, 90% of our team members perform their jobs remotely, a feat we've accomplished through a strong digital foundation, highly performance and secure technologies, and relentless innovation to mitigate IT challenges. So let Dell Technologies accelerate your transformation as we work to create your optimal digital workplace. So in the next slide, we now go into what we discuss about vocations and work school, which may be different. This may actually be different, but the user experience and productivity remains top of mind for IT organizations. End users, whether employees, teachers, or students, want faster, more secure, easier to use devices, collaboration tools, and they need to get the job done. IT needs automation and flexibility so that they can deliver these requirements and enable innovation. While this can be complex, we are here to help. Now, in order to simplify our discussion, we'll start by focusing on the end user, delivering a personalized productivity from anywhere. We'll then talk through the building blocks for secure and agile infrastructure to support remote users. So creating a digital workplace that enables end users to work or learn from virtually anywhere with the productivity, security, and personalization they need is vital to every organization. To do this, you need to personalize your experience and intelligent collaboration for seamless productivity. One of the biggest challenges to productivity is technology that works against the end user by being slow, unreliable, and causing downtime. This isn't just getting the job done. It's about how you get the job done. User frustration and delay hurt employees and students directly through time loss, but there's also an indirect cost. 61% of the workers surveyed in a recent study say that freezes, bugs, glitches negatively affect their motivation and engagement. We know that organizations reorganize the importance of getting end users and technology they want and need to be successful. In a recent study, we saw that 84% of the technology decision makers surveyed said improving employee productivity is critical or high priority. The majority also recognize that productivity is more than just getting the job done. It's increasing about how the job gets done. In that same study, we saw that 77% of technology decision makers think improving employee experience is also a critical or high priority. We also know that companies with top quartile employee experience enjoy twice the innovation from their workforces and 25% higher profits than organizations that don't prioritize employee experience. There is no doubt that a positive experience tracks a greater productivity, engagement, motivation, satisfaction. It isn't just nice to have, it's becoming a differentiator. So where do we begin with a personalization of your user experience? We suggest developing personas. These personas are actually based on how a person gets work done. So a partnership with human resources or equivalent is central to setting up a tangible path to ensure a user-first digital experience. The idea is to create a set of work personas that enable your organization to create the optimal experience at the lowest cost. If you make too few, you will over-provision resources such as designing a computer configuration that exceeds the need of users with the simplest requirements. This is something that is very common right now in our region, and it's basically based on the performance of what the processor is and the key configurations of that machine. So what we're saying is make enough personas. If you make too many personas, it also won't be manageable, because then you have too many different configurations inside your organization. But by creating just the ideal amount, you can provision the right type of devices, connectivity, applications, and data to each type of worker, creating the best user experience in the most cost-effective way. We do this from our Dell team, and it's one of the reasons we can ensure a flexible work culture. So if you look at those slides, we've got a desk-centric person, we've got somebody who spends most of the time traveling, whom we call a remote work, a mobile worker. We also have somebody who spends a lot of time in between minutes, who's a kind of like a content creator. And there are quite a number of different personas, but there are 5 major personas that we can actually identify and then build, have computers built and configured for them. So once you've identified your personas, you then deliver a modern digital experience that provides enhanced performance with most devices that are manageable, intelligent, and secure. This must also be able to anticipate user needs, and they must be best in class. So peripherals are also additional. For example, we know that if you have more than one screen, your productivity goes up by about 60%. And what actually happened again in that space, instead of having many screens, we now have large wide screens that can actually be split into many different screens for your productivity, and you can have a different view of most of the stuff. So we also are very committed to the environment, and this is very important. Reusable or recyclable or re-engineered machines that are actually. So what we do is, from recycling the plastic in old electronics for new computers to turning ocean-bound plastics into recyclable packaging, Dell Technologies is a world ahead in using resources in a way that protects the planet, and that I'll share more a little bit later. So we can't talk about our most intelligent products or devices without first talking about what gives our PCs the intelligence, and that's our Dell Optimizer software. This is inbuilt artificial intelligence as a commercial PC using a digital DNA. It's designed to automatically improve application performance, battery runtime, and audio settings, so you have a seamless experience with fewer disruptions. For example, with our express response feature, we are able to open your applications faster, improve the application's performance, and prioritize that application over others running in the background. This enhances conference calls with improved call quality by removing background noise, such as typing and system notifications. So there's a lot of stuff that we've actually put into these devices as you work from anywhere. The Dell Optimizer is also central to making collaboration intelligent. Most of us have been working from home long enough to know the importance of being able to successfully connect and collaborate with coworkers. In fact, since going remote, 62% of respondents say that collaboration has either increased or stayed the same. This will continue as we all move to a hybrid workforce where users will work and learn in new ways. Working remote will continue, but the need to collaborate in the future office requires supporting collaboration and communication. This includes having the right monitors and peripherals, as well as artificial intelligence-based optimization software that we just spoke about, the Dell Optimizer, which will allow for one, video conferencing like you are there with speakerphone quality plus intelligent audio so you can hear and be better heard, and faster connectivity to access apps needed to connect and collaborate. I'm actually using these applications as we speak right now, and I believe you can get me clearly. So this leads us to an additional consideration and question where we often hear, which is, should I have users keep their laptops with their data on it, extend the network through VPN, or go to a VDI-based environment where the data resides in the data center? The answer to that is that there is no one size fits all. Let's assume you have identified user roles and technology needs. You might consider having a high performance users, such as engineers and data scientists, go to the VDI route because of their need to create and edit high, complex, sensitive data. This example is oversimplified, but gives you an idea of the approach you might take to provide the right workspace for each user. To sum it up, VDI empowers users to be more productive by producing a remote on-demand digital workspace. And just to clarify what VDI is, we're talking about a virtual desktop infrastructure. So some specific reasons to consider VDI would be extreme demand applications, like for example, mobile devices and most traditional PCs are unable to run high-end computer aid design or CAM applications, controlling sensitive informations. For example, users who are able to access and store sensitive data or personal information on a local device are potentially exposed to theft or loss, and we'll discuss cybercrime a little bit later. Corporate access on personal devices. This is some consideration where you meet employees' expectations by enablement of personal devices and safeguarding of employee data. Disaster recovery, meet requirements for continued user productivity in the event of a disaster, and perpetual update cycles. IT control of security updates based on multiple variables. So virtual desktop infrastructure enables IT to deliver consistent hybrid cloud experience that connects employees securely and cost effectively to the resources they need. On Dell Technologies Cloud Platform, you gain access to the industry's fastest hybrid cloud deployment, as well as VDI user experience of up to 2.5 times better than Amazon Workspace, for example. Okay. Let's now shift the attention to the infrastructure because I'm also looking at time. My presentation will be available for anyone who will want. I'll actually make it available for you to be able to download it. And then you can have my contact details as well for any contacts if you need any more technical information on that. So talking about infrastructure, you need to have a reliable and secure access to application and data. Whether you're running on-premise or in the cloud, or you're doing both in a hybrid environment, it becomes necessary to support users who are working and learning from remote locations. Today, we will focus on these three critical areas: end-to-end security, modern networking experience, and optimizing your workloads with an effective hybrid cloud strategy. We'll dive right into the security of digital workspace, okay? So the threat landscape, which has always been growing and evolving, is now taking advantage of the vulnerability caused by the change in remote work and school. Consider a moment some interesting statistics. 84% of IT leaders reported that data loss prevention is more challenging with remote workforce. 48% of employees say that they are less likely to follow safe data practices when working from home. And according to research conducted on behalf of VMware Carbon Black, there has been a 148% spike in ransomware attacks on global organizations amid COVID-19. Now, I don't know whether any of you has experienced that, but I'm a personal I've been a personal target of ransomware because of the work from home, and we have actually found ways of resolving all of that. So it's very important that you understand that as you have devices working from anywhere and any type of device, you should actually have a proper secure policy coming in place. So cybercrime is evolving and the threat landscape has become complex, meaning that you need to stay ahead of the curve and keep your endpoints and infrastructure protected. As we develop endpoint security solutions, we consider all aspects of the endpoint attack surface. We also think about securing both above and below the OS, safeguarding the endpoint, layering with additional options, and ultimately protecting the entire organization. So with the Dell products, you'll find that below the OS, we have Dell Safe BIOS, which basically ensures that the BIOS integrity is kept in place. If it is actually damaged, it is replaced automatically with a backup. And that way, you're continually protected. And essentially, 90% of the ransomware viruses have actually been residing in the BIOS and are definitely not detected by conventional, what do you call them, antiviruses. We also have below the OS, the Dell Safe ID, which secures your end user credentials and continues on with a strong authentication policy to protect identities. So we can offer up to three layers of authenticity before a person actually logs in. Above the OS, we deliver solutions to prevent, detect, and remediate attacks. We also encrypt sensitive information and protect data, plus we ensure access to devices from anywhere. Protecting the endpoint is a good start, but you need to arm your data center too. Because of this, we deliver security built into our industry-leading servers, storage, HCI, and data protection appliances to help protect data wherever it is stored. Additional layers of protection can be tailored to protect data, applications, your network, and workloads, plus proactively ensure compliance solutions are up to end. Finally, add the Power Protect Cyber Recovery for your last line of defense. Only Power Protect Cyber Recovery contains multiple layers of protection and security into turnkey solutions to provide maximum protection for critical data. So security concerns don't stop there. With so many users accessing the network from varied locations, you need to consider the most secure and best approach to guarantee enough networking capacity and bandwidth. There is an enormous push by organizations and enterprises to rapidly address the need to modernize their networks. Gartner predicts 75% of enterprise data will move from the core data center or cloud to the edge by 2022. And essentially, it's moving to the edge because these are the devices that are actually used to work, okay? So a great deal of data processing is shifting out of the edge, and the rise in modern cloud-based applications like Zoom, Skype, and MS Teams, and services has put unprecedented strain on the networks with a new solution needed. So Dell EMC SD1 solution is here to help with a full suite of quality of service tools and cloud-based management options that make traffic prioritization easy and dramatically boost the performance of today's demanding video conferencing and e-learning applications. So we've talked about the personalized and productive user experience and about the importance of having a secure and agile infrastructure. Now I'd like to wrap up things by sharing a few examples of why we are uniquely positioned to partner closely with you for a resilient digital workplace. So we've brought together and made unique integrations between our best-of-breed software and security solutions and services portfolio to ensure that IT can build and scale and control their end-user computing environment in a way that aligns with the business initiatives and complements their current environment. Okay. So it also ensures that experiences for end users is seamlessly and intuitive. Let's be honest, in any software or product gets in the way of users' productivity, they will find a workaround. So let's dig a bit more into it. End user computing can be tedious, and every time there's a support issue or a new patch or update to roll out, innovation comes to a halt while you deal with the fire drill. The question becomes, how do we bring automation and intelligence into these environments and workflows so that IT can focus on innovation? The answer is with modern deployment, unified management, comprehensive security, and proactive support. And for end users, it's about giving them what they've been asking for: technology that works, doesn't disrupt their job, and allows them to move seamlessly through their day. That's exactly what the Technologies Unified Workspace delivers. On top of the benefits of users and IT, Dell Technologies also drives efficiencies for the organization. What if I told you that by adapting Dell Technologies Unified Workspace, you could reduce deployment time by 50%? You could actually reduce support calls by up to 46%. You could resolve issues 6 times faster. All your endpoints, regardless of OS, could be managed from one console. And the real impact, what if I told you that you could have 30% savings in PC life management over the next 3 years? This is huge for organizations, huge for IT, and really transforming the way work gets done. One of our customers is leveraging this moment to accelerate the digital workforce transformation in a leading global provider. Technology enabled asset protection solutions used to maximize the uptime and safety of critical energy. They were dealing with supply chain challenges. They had productivity loss. It was costly and timely to deploy the process. The process of deployment was costly, and there was a lot of vendor fatigue. All of this were putting strain on their business and their workforce. So what did they do? They switched many of their devices to Dell machines, and will continue to move to Dell with each refresh that they have. They implemented factory provisioning, which we also provide on their new devices, so that they could push deployment to us. We are configuring and imaging their devices in our factory and drop shipping those devices straight to their users. And they have rolled out Pro Support Plus to help their IT support their devices and users. It's still early in their unified workspace transformation adoption, but the customer is already seeing big wins. We were able to help them cut their time for configuring and provisioning to just 10 minutes, saving them 20 to 25 minutes per system. And those devices no longer need to be sent back to headquarters for factory reset, saving time and money. So these are some things that you can actually employ in a digital workspace where you have a remote user working, and all you're able to do is just give them a machine that is ready to work. So as I mentioned to you earlier, just like the organization, Dell Technologies had to accelerate our own digital transformation. No organization was exempt from the events of early this year and last year, and we were fortunate to have a strong digital foundation and long history of connected and remote workspace. So even before COVID-19, we had quite a number of people working outside, or rather outside of the office, and we had implemented what we call the connected workplace as early as 2009. And as we went through this COVID period, the pandemic period, we actually adapted so easily. So as IT created a digital workspace, they needed to simplify device management and bring all our devices under a single management system. To do this, they implemented the Dell Technologies Unified Workspace, which allowed them to provide a single, consistent experience to our users on any endpoint device. This was saving costs while embedding security from the edge to the cloud. Then we implemented the SD-WAN, and the rest is history. We've now got over 200 locations that are remotely working successfully. I'm already working from home. I'm coming to you live from my house, in the comfort of my house, but I'm connected to the office as if I was actually in the head office. So today our employees experience seamless productivity from anywhere with reliable connectivity, modern collaboration, and unified conferencing. They also receive personalized and reliable support. Mark Pringle, our Senior Vice President of Corporate Real Estate and Global Facilities, sums it up well. As a company that has built flexibility into our culture for the last decade, we continue to see flexible culture combined with right technology infrastructure, and we unleash innovation, life-work balance for our people, our future talent, and shrink our environment footprint. There is no going back. We are excited to continue empowering our employees with the choice and flexibility they need to succeed in both life and work. And we're excited to share what we've learned and doing it with you. So Dell Technologies is here to help and to enable the digital workspace. we have all the expertise and the technology that is there. So seamless productivity from anywhere that delights users, inspires innovation, and reduces time and labor for IT. More agility to manage the unexpected with an infrastructure optimized to enable the future of work and education, plus the resiliency you need for business continuity and continued growth. No matter where your organization finds itself today, the dedicated team behind Dell Technologies will stop at nothing to help but remove the complexities that come from supporting dispersed people, applications, and data, delivering the digital workspace that enables work and learn from anywhere. So that is the end of my slide. I know I rushed through it because there was a lot that I had to cover, and I had a little bit of time. But you can take my email address, ken.kagota@dell.com. And if you have any questions at the moment, I don't know whether the host will allow me, but I could take questions or answer any questions that you have at the moment. Well, we still have some time. But in case of anything, that's my email address, ken.kagota@dell.com. Send me an email. I'm ready to take you through in-depth detail of whatever I've discussed. I know I rushed through it, but a lot of what we've covered is basically there. And as I mentioned, we as a company are living what we talk. So we're able to help you. Thank you very much. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Ken, for such an informative session. As we move on, we'd like to say a special thank you to Canon and Wakify, whose support we have enjoyed to make this production possible. We have something very exciting for you, okay? Now, take an exclusive first look at the 85-inch Samsung Neo QLED 8K QN900A. This television is such a beauty. Enjoy the video.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning in again. My name is David Ogega, the product consultant for Samsung Electronics Kenya, and I'm very excited to showcase our new product that we have in the market. This is a 2021 8K QLED technology, one of the finest technologies that we are having in the market, and I believe we're going to enjoy the picture quality that we're going to display on this TV. This is an 85-inch QN900A model, newest in the market, and the display is big, infinity display. We're talking about 85-inch, and I'm going to unwrap it so that we can see the picture quality at a glance. So as you can check, I'm going to remove this film, and wow, look at the pictures. It's really amazing. Can't you see? And there you go. we're going to focus on the picture quality, we're going to focus on the sound, also on the display, and also we're going to do other aspects that the TV comes with, which will be able to give you a good viewing experience. So as you can see, this TV has quantum HDR, which can be able to attain up to maximum of 4,000 nits. These are good brightest level to give you more details of an image. We're going to talk about the quantum briefly, and as you know, the quantum gives you 100% color volume. When a TV gives you 100% color volume, it means that you don't miss out any details of an image, and it gives you more of lifelike images. These are the images that we see with our visible eyes, then you can be able to relate it when you're viewing from the TV. And also when you're talking about now the black levels, we know that QLED has been improved. The 8K technology now, the 8K TVs now comes with the Quantum Matrix Technology Pro, which we have infused with quantum mini LEDs. And when I'm saying about precise blackness level, it means that now whenever you're going to see the black details of the TV, this TV will give you more good content so that at least you can be able to enhance your viewing experience. Also, when you're talking about the quantum technology, this one gives you the most precisely images because it can be able to separate different shades of colors so that at least when you're viewing your TV, you can be able to see the lifelike images. We believe that now the 8K technology is becoming now widely common in the market, but still, even if you're not able to access that 8K content, the TV can be able now to upscale, and this upscaling is done through the Neo Quantum Processor 8K. And with the AI feature, artificial intelligence, it means that now the TV can be able now to give you more precisely good picture quality because it analyzes and gives you the precise images that you want to see. Who doesn't want to view good images with good sound? So when I'm talking about sound, we are talking about 4 aspects. OTS Pro, meaning the Object Tracking Sound Pro, Active Voice Amplifier, AVA feature. We're talking about Sound Fit, Space Fit Sound. We're talking about Q-Symphony as a last aspect. When I'm talking about OTS Pro, the TV can be able to track object, moving object from any direction, meaning that you are watching your good content with object moving from one direction to another. With the multiple speaker that has been installed, then you can be able to track the sound for you to get immersed around for the sound of the object. Q-Symphony also comes in, meaning that I can be able to fuse my soundbar and TV so that they can be able to harmoniously give you good sound. So for this TV, you can integrate with your soundbar with the Q-Symphony technology, and also you can get good sound and create multiple channels. With the Space Fit sound, which means that it has sensors which can be able to calculate the distance where the TV is placed and the distance of the room, and also if it's mounted or placed on a stand, so that it can be able to give you good surround and good sound that can be able to be heard from the TV. You can check the bezel. It's minimum bezel. We're talking about 99.9% bezel to screen position. So the TV has an infinity design where that you can be able to be immersed into your viewing from end to end without interference of the bezel. And then on top of that also, we have the Slim One Connect box, which is mounted at the back of the TV, meaning that you can be able now to minimum the cable cluttering. As you can see, there's no cable cluttering. And also we have Slim Fit wall mount, which is bought as a separate accessory. But on top of that, if you are preferring to put on a stand, you can check that there's a middle stand or a center stand, and it's stable, meaning that you can be able to hold the TV in a precise position where you can be able now to enjoy your viewing experience. To integrate this TV with home office. For example, working from home, which is common nowadays, there's the remote access where you can be able now to work from home using your remote access from the PC. Also, you're talking about video conferencing app, like when you can fuse with the Google Dual app where you can now get bigger screen for video conferencing facilities. We're talking about smart things. Now you're integrating our TVs with other appliances where you can be able to get notification and briefing on the TV. So this is becoming common because of the Internet of Things stuff. And we're talking about other things where you can be able now to have the smart applications. Yeah. So this one also is good to integrate your TV and gain an experience. Also, we are talking about the multiple voice command. We have the Bixby where you can be able now to give voice command to your TV. And also, if in case you're using the Google Assistant, Alexa's, then it comes in place where you can now have to give a voice command to the TV and be able to get to action. So this one also comes in hand so that at least you can have an interactive with the TV through these multiple voice commands. For the gaming lovers, we have interesting features that comes with the Neo QLED. For example, the auto low latency mode. This one reduces the lagging of images so that you can focus on the game and also gives you good graphics so that you can enjoy your gaming. For example, the TV comes with 4K 120 Hz in terms of motion rate. So these are good motion rates so that at least you enjoy your gaming with the latest gaming devices that are in the market. So you are sure to enjoy more of your gaming on this TV compared to the previous model because of the auto low latency mode feature that we have incorporated on the TV. Also, with the solar cell remote, we save a lot on the dry cell battery that we use in our daily use for our remotes with the TV. So guys, we have looked at the summary of this TV on the feature that it comes in, and they are really interesting, and I know many people are urging to get in to use this TV. Yes, remember, this is an inclusive review only for this model that is new in the market, and nobody has ever done anything. We have never done any review. So this is an inclusive review that you have gotten to see and interacted with the TV. Remember, these TVs are in the market and the others models have come in. But for this particular model, the Neo QLED 8K, we're expecting them probably from end of this month to early next month. But the other models that are in our stores, where we have the 4K Neo QLEDs, we have the new lineup for Crystal UHD models, which are in store. So you can visit any of our stores countrywide so that you can check on this model, and also you can also purchase on these models. The prices are really affordable. You don't need to break any bank to buy this one. So the range of the prices ranges from 100 to almost 650,000 for these new models of TVs. So go interact with them, make purchase, and I'm sure you'll have a good experience for the 2021 Samsung TV. My name is David Ogega, product consultant, Samsung Electronics Kenya. Hope to see you next time when you're doing another review.
Very exciting time. This is the shoe of the future. It's completely...
Vifaa Tech Festival. And, pardon? Sorry, we just had a slight technical hitch. Now, we have an interactive session starting in the next few minutes between Eliud Mungai and Mr. Saruni Maina. Eliud is a pioneer fintech and microfinance professional in Kenya. He has over 7 years of experience in mobile lending operations, business development, financial management, people management, and finally, entrepreneurship. He has worked previously with Branch International in various capacities. Key Microfinance Bank and Threadneedle Capital. He is a graduate of Strathmore University with a Bachelor of Commerce degree, double major in microfinance and business administration. Saruni, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alvin. Thank you for having us this beautiful day, the second day of the Vifaa Tech Festival. And welcome to you, Eliud. Thank you for joining us as well. I hope you're well. You seem not to be feeling the cold that we are. Are you in Nairobi?
I'm in Nairobi, but it's cold, but not that much.
Oh, wow. Okay. I guess maybe you're used to a different kind of weather than myself. It's quite a chilly morning, but that's good. Things have to move on anyway. So, Eliud, would you be kind enough to just give us a brief introduction of yourself and let the audience know who exactly we will be talking to today?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you for the nice introduction that has been made by the host. But yeah, my name is Eliud Mungai, and I'm the country manager for Carbon in Kenya. So yeah, my background I think was well explained, so maybe I can just talk a little bit about Carbon. So Carbon is a Pan-African digital bank. We are headquartered in Nigeria, but we have a presence here in Kenya and in Ghana. So basically what we do is that we offer credit services, savings and investment accounts, payments, and yeah, those are the main product lines. And for credit, I think we do consumer lending. We have lending for businesses, what we call SME loans. And we also have what we call Carbon Zero, which is a buy now, pay later product where we enable consumers get electronic devices on credit at 0% interest rate for the first 3 to 6 months.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. So now that you've started on Carbon, you did mention something interesting before we get into the actual conversation of the day. What exactly is a digital bank?
Good. So a digital bank is a company or fintech company that offers multiple financial services. So if you look at historically, fintech companies offer one service in a particular segment. So like in Kenya, most fintech companies were in digital lending. So that's the service they provide only. Then you find there are other companies that focus on maybe just payments. There are companies that do investments, others offer just saving products. But as a digital bank, we offer the full suite of financial services under our single app. So as Carbon, it's a single app in the multiple countries where we are at. And within the app, you can access all these credit services. You can access a savings and investment account. You can do payments within the app. So that's basically in a nutshell what we call digital banking. So it's basically a bank where you can do all these services and it's on an app and without now like the physical branches where you have to walk in.
And Carbon is available in Kenya.
So Carbon is available in Kenya. The app is available, but not the full suite of services are currently available because especially savings and investments, you have to be regulated to offer that. Payments also is not rolled out fully. Currently in Kenya, we are only offering the credit services to our SME customers, but we are working to ensure we provide the full suite of services by the end of the year.
Oh, all right. Okay. Now let's get into the actual discussion of the day. We are here to talk about the future of mobile money. So maybe I know the host did introduce the professional part of what you do actually, but maybe if you don't mind, if you could just recap again a few of the things that you have done in the mobile money space, and then we'll take it on from there.
Okay, so mobile money in Kenya, it's quite interchangeable with M-Pesa, but it's more broader than that. So my experience with mobile money starts off back in 2015 when I started working at a branch, when we were setting up a branch in Kenya. Branch was a lending service, so they offer digital loans. And the key thing, and why even like Kenya was the first market to operate, was mainly because of M-Pesa. So M-Pesa has quite a good penetration in Kenya and a good adoption. So the key thing that was lacking in the market is a quick way for people to access credit and access those instant loans. So we started that. So branch was started in Kenya, powered by M-Pesa, and where the loans were offered instantly on the M-Pesa platform. So that was the key thing that, so in 2014, 2015, there were very few players, but as we've continued over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of players have gotten into that space, and this has mainly been driven by the M-Pesa penetration in the market. So when you compare like with other countries, for example, even like in Nigeria, there's no that mobile money penetration because most of the fintech ecosystems rely upon the banking system. So in Kenya, we've been lucky because of M-Pesa and its available APIs that most fintechs can build upon. So that has majorly been my experience around M-Pesa because the whole operation of digital lending and how that space has evolved has really been driven and built around M-Pesa and mobile money.
Okay, speaking of Kenya and Nigeria, you've been lucky enough to work in both markets. So okay, I know you've touched on it just briefly, but I want us now to get into details of it. I want to talk about the differences and similarities of the two markets, especially when it comes to mobile money and fintech space in general. And so maybe we can start with the similarities. What would you say is quite similar with Kenya and Nigeria, and not just jollof rice, which I genuinely think is in challengeri here, but so maybe you can tell us in terms of mobile money.
Yeah. So in terms of fintech and mobile money, so for similarities, I think that's quite easy. So one, I think the key similarity and why we've seen even like in funding, these are the two top countries that attract most funding. I think it's because we have quite advanced financial systems and the available APIs to build upon. So those are quite advanced. I think the other key similarities are our young educated population in both countries. So we have this tech savvy, a large segment of the population is very tech savvy. So plus now the advanced financial APIs, the ecosystem is quite advanced. So that is what has really enabled fintech space in these two markets. I think also because it's highly tech enabled, so that drives into that advancement. So I think that is the main key similarity, and the fact that both we are very entrepreneurial driven. So we are both. We find that similarity in terms of the hustle among the young population in those two markets, and people wanting to advance. So even like adoption and taking up of credit, using it for business, to do all kind of stuff. I think that is something that helps us because even the progressive way of our economy, the economic growth, it's relative, it's dependent on how you look at it, but generally all are trending upwards. So those are the main similarities. In terms of differences, so like the major one that I touched upon is the mobile money penetration. So for Kenya, when we talk about the advancement in our financial ecosystem, it's mainly driven by M-Pesa. So when you going back to like in the nascent years of fintech, when we started the digital lending, all these platforms were built on M-Pesa, and they were addressing the problem of access to credit. So because even when you had good cash flow, you couldn't easily access credit from a bank. The process was very long and tedious. You have to go to the bank. Luckily, as time has progressed, right now, even to access a bank loan is very easy. You can actually access millions of shillings directly on your banking mobile app without visiting the bank. But previously, so fintech has mostly been around M-Pesa. But when you go to Nigeria, there's nothing like mobile money per se. Yes, there's the mobile apps, but all of them are built on top of their bank accounts. So the bank account is the primary identifier for each individual, each business. Luckily for them, which is a key benefit and something that we lack in Kenya. So as a third-party fintech provider, you can easily build on top of bank accounts. So for example, as Carbon, you can easily go and use people's equity or NCBA accounts and use that data to like provide them credit, and now you can like set up auto debits on those accounts. They can do recurring payments from their credit cards. So in Kenya we lack that, so that's also another key difference, and that's why you find like the credit providers in Nigeria do much better than in Kenya, because in Kenya, as much as you can disburse even to M-Pesa, you cannot do like an auto debit or set up recurring payments. So Nigeria is a little bit quite advanced in terms of the APIs that are available for fintech players. But also I think the other key difference is also like, so when we talk about digital banking, as a digital bank, a bank is highly regulated, it's a highly regulated space. So you either are a commercial bank or a microfinance bank. In Kenya, it's quite difficult to set up either of the two and very expensive, but you find like in Nigeria, it's quite easy to set up. Okay, it's not easy, but there are even very many microfinance banks in Nigeria compared to Kenya. So when there are hundreds of them, as much as the population is large, in Kenya, we only have, I think, 13 of them. So that's also a key difference in terms of the fintech and mobile money space. But you are getting there. You see, now when we talk about mobile money, the key, we've been confusing, and because we think in terms of M-Pesa, but essentially mobile money is technically digital money and having a way of moving money quickly from the phone. So it's not it doesn't have to be pegged like with a telecom provider the way Kenya it is. So even a bank providing a way to move money easily and quickly from the phone, that's technically mobile money. And that's how we are seeing things progressing quickly and banks digitizing such that you can do everything within the app and move money quite fast. So I think that's how you're progressing on.
And now, in terms of the regulatory environment, in both Kenya and Nigeria, which one do you think is a bit easier to set up a digital payments platform, or rather any type of mobile money, whether it's offering loans, whether it's savings, just the whole scope of that industry? Which government do you think, or which industry do you think is easier to set up, and why? And also, if for example, if Kenya is the problem, then what can we do as a country to ensure that things at least become better?
So there are pros and cons to each regulatory environment. I think just looking at the facts on the table, so I'd say the benefit for Kenya is still progressive. Our central bank is still progressive in the sense that it enabled M-Pesa in the first place, although that was technically it looks like it ended with M-Pesa, so they've not like really progressed in terms of enabling other innovations in a good environment, but at least we should give them credit for that. When you look at Nigeria, on their end, there are multiple innovative products being offered to the banks, the microfinance banks there are many players in that market. So going by that fact alone, you can see maybe they are a little bit more progressive. But we also have to look like the recent cases where they've done they've carved out some type of like the cryptocurrency stuff that we've seen recently in the news and stuff. But yeah, I would say there are pros and cons to each. I wouldn't say one is better to the other. But of course, Nigeria has made more progress and has been more open and to fintech players as compared to Kenya. So for Kenya, previously, the central bank was not really there was no spotlight on the fintech players. But the moment that spotlight came on the fintech players in early 2020, we saw that industry, especially digital lenders, their operations really went down, and now the adoption and now going under these CBK regulations has been really slow. So that has been a disadvantage because a lot of innovation has been curtailed and progress that might say our central bank has really been curtailing innovation, but at the same time, we should give them credit because they have fast-tracked how our banks have really digitized and offered more innovative digital products, which is also good because they are forcing the commercial banks to really think and wear that fintech hat, which is a good thing also for our economy, because we don't really overbanked because we are smaller compared to Nigeria. But of course, there's room for much improvement. Yeah.
All right. Okay. You've touched on something quite interesting. What we've been able to achieve as a country so far. I guess these are things that we as users, speaking from the user perspective, we usually end up forgetting that we've actually achieved so much. Maybe just because we are looking at the negative side of things. So it's like a glass half empty and glass half full kind of thing. I guess you looked at it as glass half full. I probably was thinking in the terms of glass half empty, like, why can't we get the rest of it? Why do we just have to deal with all this? But anyway, it's actually good. And you've also touched on cryptocurrency, but I think that's a bit that we'll talk about after we are done with the questions that I had lined up today. And so let me just get into it. You mentioned that mobile money is kind of a digital payment. But in this case, most people will refer to digital payments as the likes of PayPal. So do you think M-Pesa, in terms of mobile money, will ever reach that level of PayPal, in terms of international transfers? You've used PayPal, a lot of people have used PayPal, you know how it works, how it's accepted globally. Do you think M-Pesa specifically, or maybe Kenyan mobile money, will get to that kind of stage and platform?
Yeah, so I can't foretell the future. I don't know what will happen. Time will tell. But yes, of course, M-Pesa has that potential, and it could definitely reach that. So using just Kenya, so Kenya is just a local market by itself. But given the penetration M-Pesa has had on Kenya, that shows the way it drives the adoption to like even just Africa, even Africa on its own, before even going worldwide. It has a huge potential. And at least of late, we've seen developments towards that, in the fact that M-Pesa has now been made like a separate company. They are looking now to integrate into different African countries. So the opportunity is there, and it's quite massive, and there's that possibility. It will definitely become a PayPal for Africa. We are seeing other companies also competing in that space and are progressing quite fast. The only thing is that sometimes they're even building on top of M-Pesa to enable that. So if M-Pesa provided that service on its own, it's the opportunities there, and it's something they can do, because we've seen, just going by the growth they've had in just Kenya alone, which is just a single market. If they can replicate that across other African markets, it will be possible. But now each market is unique, so there are the dynamics of each market that you have to consider, and there are also some hard decisions that M-Pesa itself has to make, because like in terms of its cost structure, because one thing that enables that, like how we use PayPal, it's because it's actually technically free to use. So you're moving the actual money, or it's very cheap. So M-Pesa has to put those factors into consideration already. Like in Kenya, within the market, as much as the adoption has been high, we've had problems in terms of people are now rising to the fact of it's actually expensive. So they have to look into that, and now see how can they enable other Africans to use M-Pesa without necessarily being Safaricom subscribers in terms of the telecom aspect. So that is what I think will catapult the penetration of M-Pesa to Africa. I think Africa alone is enough for them to really grow in a massive way, because looking just as a simple example like cheaper cash, what they've been able to achieve in a short span of time, M-Pesa can easily do that quite fast.
All right, you've touched on what I actually wanted to ask next, which was, don't you think that M-Pesa would have a bit of a harder time in certain markets, especially seeing that it is tied to a phone number, which is tied to a telco? but you've kind of touched on it. Maybe I could just ask you to maybe share your thoughts on that. Like, do you think that will actually be a big hindrance to M-Pesa going global?
Yeah, that's actually a hindrance currently because M-Pesa is tied to a mobile number. So they have to find a way, especially when going international for other international users, if there's a way they can link and use the wallet, the M-Pesa wallet, without it being tied to a phone number, I think that would open M-Pesa really well. So they have to find a way to hack that. And it's quite possible. I don't know, they've been talking of late about launching the super app. So if the super app works in a way that's not tied to the phone number and other people can actually use it in other markets, it will be, we'll see there's massive opportunity there.
Yeah, but think of it in terms of now security. I'll touch on the Nigerian market. We've seen the Yahoo boys give PayPal quite a headache in the Nigerian market. I think even a few months back, Nigeria was blocked from transacting on PayPal. So don't you think that is something that would also affect our mobile money product? I'm saying our because yeah, Kenya, we own this. But don't you think that is something that could affect our mobile money product? Because already at its stage, M-Pesa still suffers from a bit of fraudulent activities here and there. So imagine if it's not tied to a number anymore, where the PSP is much easier. So what happens next? Like, let's say, for example, you just sign up with your email address. What kind of security would that? What kind of a security nightmare would that be?
Yeah, of course, fraud will always be there. So even without thinking about the markets within Kenya itself, there have been a lot of threats around KYC, hacking of even like the bank accounts. So that's something that's underreported from my experience within the fintech space. I can tell you that's a massive, massive problem that all players face, irrespective of which market you go to. So it's up to the company themselves to build robust systems around the data privacy, protection of their customer funds, and just making sure they are really knowing who they're lending to. Luckily, as we've advanced in the financial platforms, the APIs available, in the same light, also there's been massive advancement in around KYC, and more measures and more systems have been built in around protecting our financial institutions. But also that's where like even the regulators come in, and regulation is important. I'd say it's up to the platform, because that's one of the key differentiators among the different competitors who provides the most solid and unhackable like platform. But the threat will always be there. So it's up to all players to play at an advanced level to protect themselves.
All right. Let's talk competition before we get into charges of mobile money, in particular M-Pesa in our country. So let's talk about competition. We've had Airtel cry foul a couple of times, and say that, hey, Safaricom is dominant because of M-Pesa. Do you think, this is a personal opinion, and then I can actually also share my opinion after you do. Do you think that M-Pesa should be detached from the telco Safaricom? And do you think that will be a way of actually making the mobile money product available to more and maybe improving the competition around that space? Or do you think this is just one competitor just looking for a loophole to try and win an advantage over another competitor?
Yeah, so I'd say it's not Safaricom's fault. It was part of the initial product offering. I don't think they really thought M-Pesa would really be integrated into the economy and this adoption in such a massive scale. For the benefit of everyone, I'm pro for it to be removed. But in terms of competition, it's a capitalistic market. So Safaricom has really invested in their brand, making people aware, users to use this platform. So by any means, it's their right, because they've worked hard towards this and to achieve this. But yeah, I would say there's that unfair advantage because of that link between the two. So M-Pesa should actually be separated out and to be an entity by its own, such that to allow even interoperability. So any telco can users, irrespective of which telco they are in, can actually use M-Pesa, because either ways M-Pesa continue to make money either ways. But that's also another argument we'll have for discussion in terms of cost. But yeah, I think that's how I view it. It's because it was their product initially, and of course even other markets that they go to, they have, and that's one of the hard decisions they have to make. While it's a disadvantage in one angle, in the long run, it's also an advantage because it also enables them to scale easily across multiple markets.
All right. Okay, cool. I actually do agree with you extensively on that. And now let's talk charges. M-Pesa is expensive. This is something you will see being mentioned on social media every other day. You'll find someone complaining M-Pesa is expensive, M-Pesa is expensive. But for the local layman person, into a provider, when they just go through M-Pesa charges, they'll be like, oh, it's just 20 bob, it's just 15 shillings. At most regulars, it's just 110 shillings. So it doesn't seem like a very big figure if you just look at the charge itself. But what exactly makes M-Pesa expensive? And maybe you can compare it to other mobile money products who are probably cheaper. Maybe this is even applied to maybe tell us about Carbon and what are the charges for money transfer? And yeah.
So yeah, the fact of the matter is that definitely M-Pesa is expensive. I can also stand by that statement. That's a fact. But this is their product, and they're pricing because they know what maybe the work that is taken to develop it in the back end, all this advertising they've done and everything. But for sure, it's damn expensive. I think, and that's the other unique thing about us Kenyans. We are in fact it's just come about that now people started realizing, oh, it's expensive, but nobody had ever given thought to it in the past. So one way to realize it's expensive is when you look at it like in percentage. So the cost versus like what you're selling. So when you think of it in terms of the percentage of it, you realize it's expensive. So even going back to like the digital lending is said it's very expensive. We are doing very expensive rates. But when you go back to the unit economics, one of the key ingredients of why those loans are expensive, it's actually when we factor in M-Pesa cost, because even to disburse that loan to our users' account on M-Pesa, the company is charged. So when they factor that charge on the loan seems to be very expensive. While because of the small amounts and the interest, as much as it's and that's why the adoption was very high. People actually did not feel a problem paying that high because it's perceived high interest rate, because it's being compared to like the traditional, like the large bank account, large bank loans. But because people are used to paying these amounts on M-Pesa doing transfer charges, they don't feel the pinch of it. But actually, it's expensive when you look at it in terms of the percentage wise. But also another way of looking into it that it actually hit me now when I started dealing with businesses. You look at their financials. So there has been this shift where Lipa and M-Pesa has become very big. So everybody, when you go to a shop, you're using Lipa, the till number. So it's free of charge to the consumer. It's free of charge. You pay, the business receives. But fortunately or unfortunately, the business actually also is charged. So the moment they receive that money, they're actually charged a transaction fee. So you realize by that fact, this has a ripple effect. The fact that even the goods we buy, they tend to be expensive, because as the adoption becomes high of using M-Pesa in these kind of businesses, they have to increase their prices by that little margin. So it's a little. Our VAT is very high, so you'll be surprised other markets the kind of VAT they have. Well, we don't even think about the 16%, but it's actually very high. So you find life in Kenya is actually very expensive. So when we talk about other markets, I'll not even talk about other markets. Let's just go back even locally, bank. So one of the hacks people have been doing locally is not, as Kenya has advanced their commercial banks digitizing, so it's now much easier. So like using Link to move money between bank accounts for free. You can even pay from directly from the bank account for free, like even like what Equitel have tried with their tills. It's much cheaper. So when there's more competition, previously I think the factor that there were no, it had kind of a monopoly. There's not much competition, so the pricing was kind of skewed. But as more people, maybe it will be cheaper, and as they go to compete in other markets where the payment systems are linked to banks and it's much cheaper, they'll be forced to cut down on the costs. But that's how I view it myself personally.
Okay, quite insightful. I hadn't thought of the cost that the businesses have to incur. Actually, I did not know that businesses do have a cost when we pay by M-Pesa. Now, you touched on loan apps, which is good because that's where I want to now direct the conversation. Do you think loan apps have actually been good or bad when it comes to financial inclusivity?
Definitely, I would say that they've been good because I've been in that industry. First, even I started as a user in 2014, 2015. And like what I was saying before, initially, even to get that loan was very difficult. So here comes a company that's giving you money. It's their money. You've not saved with them, you've done nothing. They've just done what they've done. They've said you qualify for this much and they've given you their money. They trust you with their money. Pay and you accept and you're paying this interest rate. I think just at that level, they really empowered a lot of people to progress forward and have some economic opportunity using these funds that they would otherwise not have been able to access. So initially, that was the good thing. People now understood credit a little bit, and they understood, okay, if I pay well, I can be able to get more money. So we got that early access to understanding credit. The unfortunate part came in the sense that now the barriers to entry were very low. So we had multiple players coming into the market. The moment we started seeing multiple players in the market, I think that's where the problem started coming in. The fact that one, the target market is technically the same. They were each providing small amounts of money. So you find like a single person has multiple loans from different providers. So we started having the problem of over indebtedness. So it's already just too much that your problem started arising. And now some of the players started adopting some of the unethical practices that have led to the slump in this space, in the the lending space, the digital lending space. But overall, I think they've played a very important role, and the market is there, and the value is there even for the consumer. It just needs to be addressed to find a way to make it sustainable for the benefit of everyone.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now we've heard of regulations being pushed for the government to actually, CBK in particular, to regulate the market of loan apps. What are your thoughts on this? And do you think that this will inhibit growth in that market, which we've seen grow quite fast and exponentially? And also keep in mind that there are some of the loaners that are being accused of malpractices, especially when it comes to debt collection. So what do you think in terms of regulation? Is this the right direction, or is this something that maybe our government needs to take a step back and then think about it a bit more?
Actually, regulation is good. I think it's a welcome move. Just the manner and the form of the regulation is what is contestable. I think regulation is good overall. I think that I am in agreement on that. But we cannot fall under the ambit of the central bank in the same light as commercial banks and the microfinance banks. For a pure digital lender, it has to be a little bit different. And by that, I mean in terms of like the capital adequacy, those kind of ratios, because we are not accepting any deposits from the public. These are companies that they are lending out from their own balance sheets. So I think there's that consideration that has to be put in place. So the manner of regulation is what is contestable. I think most of us have been promoting to have standards and a way of self-regulating and holding each player within the space accountable. We are having some kind of framework, and like even what the central bank have also proposed, like registration. I think that's also a good starting point, just to be aware who are these people who are displaced, this who are the people behind it, because some of these companies are very shadowy, and also just to curtail AML kind of stuff, money laundering and kind of those kind of things. But I think overall it's a welcome. I think the only other hindrance has been now the pace. So like this is something that started early 2020. So it's almost 1.5 years now. Nothing has happened. While we've been curtailed in terms of progress. So most digital lenders have actually just the simple thing that the fact they cannot list to the CRB has really affected most of their operations. And this also has had that effect where people access to credit has really been limited in the mass market. But at the same time, we've seen in the last 1 year, we've seen a huge improvement from the banks in terms of people who have regular salaries and income and verifiable income. They're able to easily access credit on the bank mobile app. So that has also been a benefit. So if they can fast track and bring to the table what they want, and we just move on from there, because right now it has been now a wait and see. Nothing has happened yet. I would also say in the same light, because we have, like, we usually talk about banks separate, digital lenders on the other angle, and then the likes of the Mshwari and Fuliza as separate. Because technically Fuliza and Mshwari are in the same category as digital lenders, and their rates are actually very high, but nobody wants to address that elephant in the room. They are left to operate on the side, and digital lenders, while they are technically cheaper compared to those two, to some degree, there's no that comparison. So we are being compared with the banks which do very large loans that can absorb that cost, that interest rate of 13% per annum. So all these factors have to be put in place. So even like those M-Pesa costs, we have to consider. So they're building on top of M-Pesa. Is this regulation going to enable? It's now, because they're being regulated, it's being controlled. So you have like you don't have to pay all these M-Pesa costs, because if M-Pesa costs are there, you have to factor those in. So you can't come and say you can't lend at this rate. This is your maximum lending rate. You have to factor in unit economics of the direct costs of moving this money. So if the regulation is also addressing how money is moving in this space, it's also welcome.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I like the way you are explaining these thoughts. Thanks to your experience, you're breaking everything down quite well, especially now in terms of thinking of the other side of the story. As a user, we only think of our side. We'll be like, you guys are expensive. We don't want this. We want this this way. But then we never get to think of, oh, so this is how the players in that market see it. And now you are currently working in a company that is a digital bank. And I'm thinking just the fact that you are here in the country means maybe you're probably looking into also fully going digital as a bank in the country. So do you think digital banks are the future, especially in Kenya? And maybe you can also look at the African market in general. And as we go into the questions that have come in, a few of them, do you think this is something that traditional banks should be worried about, or is it a wake-up call for them to also go digital?
Yeah. So when we talk about digital banks, it's not something that is in and by itself separate or this special thing. So like for Carbon, if we wanted to, our plans to establish a digital bank in Kenya would have to fall under like the regulations of the central bank. So currently there are no regulations that say this is what a digital bank is. So what you'd have to do first, you'd have to be that traditional kind of bank. So for example, you'd be a microfinance bank. and then transform into a digital bank. So where you are offering your services purely on a digital platform. So even in Kenya, when we talk about digital, that's the future. So to answer your question, that is the future, where when we talk about digital banks, it's access to financial services on a pure digital platform. So there are two good examples in Kenya already. We have the traditional bank, which is like NCBA, but on the side they have a product called Loop. So Loop is technically a pure digital bank. We have the case of like Stanchart. Stanchart have the SC app. That's also like, as much as it's linked to the bank, that's a pure digital banking by itself, because on the app you can, from sign up, you can get your card, you can get a loan, you can buy your insurance. So that's digital bank. So when you talk about digital bank, we're saying how can we enable our consumers access all financial services, even mortgages, without ever visiting a physical branch. So everything is on the app. They never have to talk to anybody. They never have to go to, they are secure dealing with their banking services within their phone. They feel that their money is safe on that, when it's sitting on their bank account on their phone. So they never have to go sign anywhere and stuff. But the challenge, especially for Africa, starting with Kenya, even in Nigeria itself, is that the regulations themselves and how banking standards have been currently set, and the standard procedures, they support that traditional model. So as much as you want to transform to become a digital bank and offer digital services, there are some procedures that currently are set in law. They have to be done this way. So like the capture of your like signature, you have to they have like to verify you physically, such kind of things. But as we are progressing, the next 2-3 years, we'll see like once you have like the unification of like the identity or like KYC, and that's where the things of Huduma number come into play. So like there's one number that can identify and link you to a person. That's difficult even like to fake, and it's verifiable. So a bank doesn't need to see you physically. Adoption of like e-signatures, those kind of things. So there are many things that we need to do and accept. This is the modus operandi of the future to enable that platform to work. Because it takes time, but like that's the other benefit with M-Pesa. So other markets don't understand how you can put money at an agent. It appears on your phone, but it's in your bank account. So where is this money sitting? But like if Kenyans accepted that fact, we moved on and we work with it. So it also takes a lot of public education and getting used to it.
All right. Let me get into the questions as we wrap up. We've received quite a few questions here with us. So do you anticipate that in the long run for mobile money, the only deciding factor will be transfer charges, considering every company would compete to offer the same features?
Yeah, so transfer charges will actually be the main differentiator. But actually, I can tell you for a fact, although it will still factor into the charges, but I think most companies will even say it's free. So I'll use like a good example is like cheaper cash. So when you're using cheaper cash, even to transfer from M-Pesa to cheaper cash, it's free. When you're moving money you're sending money to someone else in Nigeria or Ghana, it's actually free because you're moving your 1,000 bob. They accept in their local currency. So what you're taking advantage of is how the company makes money is now the forex spreads in between. So in the back end, they are working with forex they have like different spreads, so they make a margin within that spread just to ensure they're making money in some way. But also the other way to look at it, moving money in itself is not the main business. So that's just a value add, and it's something that makes your service more stickable. So you have other angles of you offer other services where you make money. And that's why you're seeing, like even M-Pesa, when they talk about a super app, or now this shift into like digital banking, offering multiple services. So some of these services, they're just value adds. So like moving money there shouldn't be any cost because it's your money. You're moving to that other platform for whatever reason. So there's some value in it. So moving money ideally should actually be free. And that's even the whole thing about blockchain and cryptocurrencies. Ideally, moving money should be free to any part of the world. These other services are what should have cost attached to them.
Oh, okay. So next question, does Carbon have any specific products for SMEs and businesses? And why are other mobile money players not exploring that space aggressively, that space for SMEs and small businesses?
Yeah, so there are two ways of looking at it. So like for Carbon, even in Kenya locally, in fact, our current product is for SMEs, but it's loans. So we are lending to businesses. So it's SME focused loans, where we now give large size loans to SMEs at very low interest rate. But then also there's the other aspect when we talk about SME products, it's like infrastructure based. So a good example is like even the till number. So M-Pesa with their till number, that's a service they're offering to SMEs where they enable them accept payments quite easily, and then on the back end they are able to like track all this money. So that's also another type of service that is offered by a fintech player to SMEs. But yeah, for us as Carbon, currently we are offering SME loans at very competitive rates and large size loans, and with a very quick turnaround time without any collateral. So I think that is something that has been a key differentiator of ourselves to other digital lending players.
All right, and last question. Why do you think banks are not able to tap in this space as successfully as mobile money companies?
Yeah.
Like the startups
That's a
seem
good
to be
question.
doing a better job than banks,
Yeah. So it goes back to that aspect I was talking about regulations and the way they do things, and now the traditional nature of banks. So it's banks, the inherent model is very traditional, the way they do their things, the systems that are in place. And these systems are in place because of the way they are regulated and how they're mandated to run their services. So you'd find that they're very bureaucratic. And I'll go back even to the example of Loop by NCBA. Loop is actually a very good product, but it has not been successful in the way it's been adopted in the market and the way they've been able to push. And the key reason for that, from where I see it, is because of the bureaucratic nature of running it. If they fully separate out Loop to run on itself, it doesn't follow the hierarchy of how NCBA is run. That would make it more successful. So startup, the fintech players, these mobile money companies, as they're being termed, they are basically startups. So they have very few people. Decisions are made very fast. We are using very new technology. What you find banks have invested heavily in old legacy technology. So for them to shift to these new technologies, they're finding, oh, we had spent so much money on this technology to do this, just one thing. Now it's redundant, but not because they're factoring the cost they reduced. They're feeling the pain of changing that. I've had a story of like a bank that spent billions of shillings just to like build a credit scoring system. It was so fake. While you can even use available technology free of charge online to build what they built using the key advantage. And now the fact that we're building on new technology that's currently available. So I think that's what makes that's the key differentiator.
All right. Okay, cool. Now, before I let you go, there's something I promised you we'd talk about, and that is cryptocurrency. So I have one question for you. Do you think cryptocurrency is an investment trading?
Oh, it's trading versus investment. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, in my mind, trading and investment is the same, but I know what you're asking. Let me try and answer that. So even let's just use Bitcoin as an example. Bitcoin is it's the main cryptocurrency. So there's Bitcoin as the currency. And there's Bitcoin as, let's use it, or let's say Bitcoin the currency and blockchain the technology. So blockchain as the technology, the fundamentals of it, it's a huge investment in the sense of it being adopted and changing the legacy systems, and it can cause a radical shift in the way things are run. So, and that's why the sustainability of it is. But now, when you look at the currency aspect, because now the problem with blockchain and cryptocurrency is that all of them are linked to these coins, which have like the varying prices, they're very volatile, and the prices change. So in that aspect, where the prices have those radical shifts, it's a trading instrument, and that's also a good thing because it has introduced like an alternative asset class, and it's an opportunity that has been made available to young people where they can really advance. We've seen massive wealth transfer because of cryptocurrency. A person who started with 100,000 has easily made millions of shillings because of cryptocurrency, while they would have otherwise never have been able to make such kind of money with any of the available asset classes. So in that aspect, that's the trading bit about it. It's high risk, but it's also very high return. It's an instrument and it's a new thing. And that's why there's a lot of back and forth around it. It's a huge opportunity, I would say that for a fact. But it's also, we have people who made money, we have people who have lost money because of that trading aspect and because of the volatility of it. But at the same time, the technology itself is solid. It has huge advantages if well used. And I think over the last 2 years, we've seen like the adoption of like stable coins. So these are coins that are utilizable within the blockchain ecosystem, but they don't have that price volatility. So even of late, I think even recently, so the Central Bank of Nigeria saying they want to introduce the digital currency in Nigeria. So most central banks are they're aware of this fact, and they will see that shift where they introduce digital currencies. And basically, digital currencies is the way we use M-Pesa per se. So because M-Pesa, that's digital money. So that's what they want to introduce. We have some concept and understanding of it, but because of being tied to Bitcoin, Ethereum, kind of these price movements, we kind of confuse the terms and get lost in between. But I'd say that's the future. It's a good thing.
Oh, all right. So, thank you so much, Eliud. That is our time. Thank you for all the insights and the knowledge that you've actually impacted upon us this morning. And it's still quite chilly. I thought by the time we're done, we'd have a bit of sun. But it's okay. Once again, I say thank you and all the best with launching Carbon in the country. I am happy to be an early customer, so we can talk about that offline. For now, I say thank you for joining the Vifaa Tech Festival. And again, have an awesome day and enjoy yourself.
Asante sana. Yeah, thank you. Awesome. Bye.
All right. Back to you, Alvin.
Thank you so much for that beautiful interaction and session, Saruni and Eliud. I'm sure most of our viewers have managed to learn quite a number of things in that field. Now, this is one particular session I've been waiting for the past 2 days. But before we begin, let me take this opportunity to appreciate Dell and Intel, who are our gold sponsors for this event. Thank you so much. Remember that you can continue using or tweeting your views and your insights and your questions by using our hashtag Vifaa Tech Festival. Just a little secret, we're trending. We're trending. Okay, keep that in mind. We are trending globally. The next topic that we are going to discuss right now, the one I've been waiting for, is the future of mobility in Africa. The moderator for this session is going to be Mwirigi, who apparently, from what I've been told, is the biggest fan of Kenyan women. I don't know whether that's true. Mwirigi, kindly clarify on this. Now, Mwirigi is currently the co-host of East Africa's premier motoring show, Cars with Big Boy Trev. On top of this, he was recently listed as one of Kenya's 2020 top 25 men in digital. How cool is that? In short, Mwirigi is a bigwig. He is that guy. All right? The speakers are going to be 3 people, and the first lady I'm going to introduce is Nyawera Maina, who is the current regional sales manager at Little Limited. Nyawera is, get this, a goal digger. Yani, like Kiswahili, bow. She's a gold digger. She digs goals. Okay? She is a triple kind of lady. She's brainy, beautiful, and brilliant. She's a numbers girl in the day and a fitness enthusiast in the evening, passionate about innovation and an avid champion of growth and traction. Over to the next slide. The next speaker we have is Mr. Omondi Ooko, who is the e-mobility manager at Wetu. Omondi is a trained economics and accountant with an MBA in strategic management from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. This avid reader has over 11 years of program management at various projects. Currently, he is tasked with developing electronic vehicles in rural Western Kenya. He leads a team that is tasked with exploring EV skills gaps for mechanics, setting up charging infrastructure, determining potential environmental, social, and economic impact of electronic vehicles on the community, and developing business models for second and third wheelers. Sorry about that. Lastly, we have Mr. Joseph Kuhadzai, who is the co-founder of EV Charger. Dr. Joseph Kuhudzai is the co-founder of EV Charger. He has over 15 years experience in the transport, infrastructure, and energy industries. 6 of those years has been focused on work in the solar and battery storage industry. His love for batteries since childhood has driven him to obsess about electronic vehicles. Over the past 3 years, he has been traveling across Africa with Electric Drive Africa, collaborating with various stakeholders to raise awareness on electric vehicles. At university, he explored materials with applications in the energy space, ending up doing a PhD involving in the study of radiation damage in high temperature gas-cooled nuclear reactors. Now, that's one crazy introduction, and I'm sure this topic is going to be interesting. Mwirigi, my guy, over to you.
Exciting time. This is the shoe of the future. It's completely
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vifaa Tech Festival. We are coming, of course, to now what the host had said is one of the most interesting panels that we're going to have in this two-day event. So today we're going to talk about the future of mobility in Africa. We did have a bit of an introduction from the host, but I'd like usually to allow people to, introduce themselves, hear all those amazing things from the horse's mouth. So, like I was taught by my mother, ladies first. So, Nyawera, if you could just start by just a short introduction of yourself, and then we'll go to Omondi, and then we'll follow with Joseph.
Thank you so much. Such a gentleman, I see. So my name is Nyawera Maina. I'm the regional sales manager of Cab. I basically term myself as a goal digger because I am all about basically achievement, goals, strategies, and all that. I work in the tech space. I'm an extrovert in nature, lover of adrenaline activities, and a reader basically day in, day out. And I'm super, super excited to be part of this panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nyawera. Let's move over to Omondi.
Thank you. My name is Omondi Oko. I'm the opposite of Nyawera. I'm an introvert, but fortunately I love problems and made a career trying to solve them. At the moment, I sit on two organizations-ish. I do national coordination for social, for an e-mobility project for Siemens Foundation, and also I do project management for Wetu, based in Western Kenya.
Okay, Dr. Joseph, if you could, all the way from Zimbabwe, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, correct. Thank you. But in Nairobi ni nyumbani. I'm from Nakuru, natoka Nakuru.
Ah.
Yes. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. So I'm Dr. Joseph Kudzai, and my passion is all things to do with electric vehicles and also the energy ecosystem. So I wear many hats. So in my day job, I focus on the energy side. So we do solar systems for corporates, big systems to power corporates, whether they be mines, factories, or even shopping malls. And now in my dream job, which is why I'm here, is electric mobility. So I am the co-founder of EV Charger. So it's a startup based in Nairobi where we are rolling out electric vehicle charging infrastructure, starting with in Nairobi and rolling out across Kenya and ultimately East Africa. And I'm also the founder of Electric Drive Africa, which is a platform where we just travel across Africa to raise awareness of electric vehicles in Africa.
Okay, so I think I'm going to also follow now this amazing panel and just introduce myself before we go into that fast starting session. So mine is really just in a nutshell. I drive cars and I talk about them. So basically, in whatever forum that you happen to find me about, I will be talking about cars. I will be talking about technology, and that is the thing that I am passionate about, which is why I'm incredibly honored to be part of this panel. And we are going to be talking about the future of mobility in Africa. That's something I and everybody in this panel is incredibly passionate about. But I think before we go into that, what would you say is the current state of mobility in Africa? So anyone on the panel, let me again start with Nyawera. What do you say? How do things stand currently?
So I think there are a lot of changes that are basically happening in the panel section in the mobility section, because if you see, traditionally, we used to have taxis waiting for you outside, you hail, you negotiate based on just how you look. But right now, you're basically saying that we have applications, we have vehicles that are still using electric in order to move. And you see, like for Little, our vision is basically to be the leading mobility solution in Africa. Anything that moves from a tractor to a plane, anything that you want that is moving, a two-wheeler, four-wheeler, you can basically use it on the application. The tech side being incorporated in the mobility solution, there are a lot of things, and you can even see the government coming up with stations whereby you could be able to pay for your fare for the whole month, beginning of how Africa is creating tram stations. Anything that is now involved in the tech sector is being incorporated in the mobility solution, which is really, really good, because gone are the days whereby how you look is based on what you're charging the taxi, and now are the days that you're being charged for basically what you deserve.
Okay, Omondi, what would you say? What are your thoughts on the current state?
Well, for me, it's still a mess. We have made lots of progress, but there's still a lot to be done. We've seen a lot of changes in present. There's been a lot of investment in infrastructure, roads are widening and things like that. There's a bit of digitalization that has happened, like Uber and all the rest. From 2016 thereabouts, there've been lots of growth in the 2 and 3-wheeler sector when the import tariffs were reduced, and that has really helped in the rural areas. A lot of improvement on the first mile and last mile transportation, but still, we still have a very long way to go. The cost of fuel is still very high. Nairobi is still a mess in terms of traffic jams and things like that. And we've seen that even in Kisumu starting to develop. And there's been a lot of clamor towards expanding roads more and more. And maybe that is not the way to go 100%. Maybe there are issues that we need to solve first. But there's a lot of progress so far. Yeah, and I like how we're going.
Okay, Dr. Joseph, of course, being a Pan-African, like you said, born in Nakuru, but you're operating in Zimbabwe. We so far are basically talking about this from a very Kenya-centric perspective. So what would you say, if you think about now the southern side of Africa, when you think about mobility in terms of, because so far I've seen we can look at it from different points of view. So we can look at it from the point of view of people in a rural community versus how people travel or transport goods in an urban setting. We can look at it from how people move privately, with your own vehicle or with non-motorized transport versus how people move publicly, like what Nyawera was talking about, whether using a cab, whether using a plane, a bus. What does that landscape look like on the southern part of Africa?
Yeah, I'll speak about Africa in general. I think currently, I could summarize in one word: it's not inclusive. Everybody's not invited to the party, because if you look at it, both in the urban areas and in the rural areas. Let's start with the rural. In some places, logistically, it's a challenge to get fuel and petrol and diesel to those places. So, and also the infrastructure roads are not really that good. So people don't have options. They walk maybe sometimes 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers to go to school or to a clinic or to a hospital. So it's not inclusive because there is no infrastructure currently. So that the advent of electromobility and technology is able to change that and transform that, because where it's difficult to put a petrol station, it's not so difficult to put solar panels, and you can charge your 2-wheeler or your 3-wheeler, and then you have inclusive mobility in those regions. Same thing in the urban areas. It's also not inclusive because the public transport infrastructure is not really so organized and formal. So not many people, one can afford it because of the high cost of fuel and high operating costs that the transport operators are always complaining about. And also, if you're just out of university and you get your first job, you can't really afford a car, and you have to rely on public transport, which sometimes is not really convenient at times, depending on your use cases. So that's the thing. But I think as technology platform comes, we are now be able to maybe transform that via shared platforms like what Little Cab is doing, and then we will become more inclusive in general. And also, as we go forward, things are going to get simpler, because electric vehicles are essentially much simpler to make than petrol vehicles. And as the same thing we saw happening in the telecoms industry, I think is going to happen, whereby before everybody is now included. You now have smartphones which are more affordable for most people. You have cheap brands that, I don't know if I can mention the brands just so people can relate. You have a cheap smartphone, maybe you can buy for $30. That can take you on WhatsApp and things like that. The same thing is going to happen in the mobility space, where you're going to have simpler, more affordable electric vehicles that are more inclusive for everybody. And also, I think some cities are trying to get organized, trying also to promote micromobility, where we always think about the big vehicles, buses and personal cars. But I think another important sector is micromobility, more cycling or scooters. So I think a lot of cities in Africa are starting to organize themselves in improving infrastructure so people can use bicycles to commute.
Okay, now in terms of infrastructure, I think maybe I can actually now ask this to Omoni. What would you say now are the barriers from an infrastructural perspective? Because I think some of the advantages that we do have specifically in this market, I think Joseph had pointed out, we do have, of course, very good coverage in terms of mobile network, ability. So we have many people who are able to access. So when you're talking about inclusivity, there's that. We also have a means for people to pay. So we have, I'd say ubiquitous mobile money. So we have a lot of stuff from the tech side. But what about now on the ground? And this is not limited necessarily to rural environments, also in the urban setting. What would you say are some of the infrastructural challenges that are preventing, proper, adequate mobility?
Well, I'll give an urban perspective first, and maybe just give a different opinion to the rural side. we had the Thika Superhighway. Just before I said that, I was once in a class for sustainable transport that the lecturer once told us that expanding road is not always the solution to traffic jams and such. Because the moment Thika Superhighway was expanded, everybody moved to Thika Superhighway. The estates on that side grew and everything happened, yeah? And within a few months again, it was clogged. And then there was the choke points at the roundabout getting into town and things like that. So we have overinvested in expansion of roads, but we've forgotten things with NMTs, motorized transport. Because it's very possible for most of the guys living in Pangani to walk to work. Guys living in Ngara to walk to work and things like that. But we do not have enough lanes for cyclists, do not have lanes for pedestrians and things like that. So there is expansion, but everybody just keeps on buying cars. So the roads get more clogged and clogged because they do not have a good alternative for public transport. Yeah, I'm happy today because there's been a lot of effort by the metropolitan services to put up the the rapid transport for the buses, and we've seen there's a bit of process happening on them. And then on Gong Road, the new road, you can see that it has all those lanes. There's a traffic lane, there's a motorcycle lane, there's a pedestrian lane, which is a very good venture. So that is fine. There's some thought that is happening to that, at least currently. So no complaints. Now in the rural area, there's still a bit of a double problem because in as much as somebody can buy a phone using $30, the acceptance of technology is not as much as in Nairobi. Yeah. I am based in Mumbai. I'm still from Mumbai today. And we're piloting a number of EVs, and we know for sure that we could think about setting up a technology like a helicab, but it's not going to work because if I step from my door right now, the street that is right next before me, I'm going to get a motorcycle there to take me to town. So it's not really necessary at all. And then the issue of infrastructure, the reason why 2 and 3 wheelers are pretty successful here is because of the terrain. Yeah, most of the access roads to the farms and to the market are not paved as in Nairobi, like in Nairobi. So it's still a bit of a problem both technology-wise and terrain-wise. The main road is fine, but now the access road, the feeder roads, those are terrible. So 2 and 3 wheelers work okay, 4 wheelers do not work. And then we have very erratic movement patterns. It is not easy for somebody to schedule like a bus to move from point A to point B. It is a very short distance. I want to go to town now. I go take a bike, I go to town. I don't need to wait for the bus to fill up. So it's there's a bit of difference between the urban section and the rural area. Urban have accepted technology, we have not. Urban, the roads are good, except now we need to consider NMT. In rural areas, we have to look at the terrain and what technologies are appropriate here.
That's actually a very great point. And actually, to build on to something Dr. Joseph had mentioned a bit earlier with regards to inclusivity, we generally have to also think about like the users at the end of the day. And one thing I find that is that when we talk about this from an African perspective, we tend to focus a lot on utility and not so much on just maintaining dignity or making sure that people are comfortable. And Nyawera, I think I've seen very many initiatives, of course, by Little and by other ride-hailing companies to try and specifically target some of the problems you're discussing in terms of, I would say, maintaining the dignity of, allowing somebody to have dignity while they're moving. So what would you say now is happening in your space that's moving towards that direction?
So Morigi, even first of all, let me tell my fellow panelist, Mr. Omoi, his next 2-wheeler trip will be on me because he said he's in Homa Bay, correct? So you can just tell me, then we'll definitely, yeah. So I will personally get a preferred driver who will cater to your errands while in Homa Bay to just let you know that we're actually taking care of the rural aspect. So for us, Morigi, allow me to just use one feature that is strong for us. So for Little Cab, we have a feature known as the preferred driver. This is a feature that is basically only unique to Little. This means that you could be able to have a specific driver to carry you through your errands. So catering both for the high-end clients and also for people who are still in the rural areas. You could be, if you feel comfortable using a taxi but don't feel comfortable using a 2-wheeler, you could actually just call your preferred driver. So what I can basically say is that in the high-end areas and the Nairobi suburbs, having the comfort classes, basically the 7-seater the normal vehicles, we have been able to cater that. But when we now go down to areas like Nakuru, Kisumu, those ones that taxi is not just easy for them, we have introduced actually two-wheelers. We're moving on or even introducing the tuk-tuks in Mombasa. And like I said in the beginning of my conversations, Little vision is to be the leading Pan-African mobility solution. So even if you think of Kokoteni, you can find a way maybe even to use it on the application. So we want to cut across from guys can be able to order a chopper on the phone to you actually just even ordering the smallest vehicle on your application. So we're looking at initiatives and measures to be able to cater to all demographics and everybody who's earning a different pay grade so that we can be able to put it and encompass everybody. But for right now, what I could tell you that definitely the different vehicle categories in our platform cater to different people with different pockets. Hence why we either have the four-wheeler, the two-wheeler, and we keep on scaling up. Yeah.
Okay, I think basically you have a very good grounding on what the situation is on the ground at the moment, the current state. This is now when we can start talking about now the future, now looking forward in what exactly we think things are going to go in the direction of. So obviously there's going to be a lot more in terms of autonomous driving. So basically either whether it be assisted autonomy, like safety systems in vehicles, or we can start looking at, of course, now how the cars themselves are being driven with a great focus, of course, like you've mentioned, on electric vehicles. That's why generally we do have, of course, Joseph Avanamondi. So I think where we can begin now would be looking at where do you think electric vehicles are going to grow within the African context? How fast do you think we're going to adopt them? What do you think the challenges we are going to have are? Why don't we have more electric vehicles on the ground right now? So I think I can push that question to Joseph.
Okay, thanks. So where we're going now, let's look at where we are now. If you look at the levels of motorization, the number of vehicles per person in the world, let's look at the USA. The USA has about over 700 vehicles per 1,000 people, which is pretty high. But let's come to Africa now, right? Most African countries are on 50 vehicles per 1,000 people. So the level of motorization is very, very low, which means there's a massive opportunity for growth. And this growth is coming. In the way is the growth going to come from? So we have opportunity to basically supercharge and leapfrog the world. But as we leapfrog, this growth will come mostly from electric vehicles because they're simpler to maintain and to operate. And also they are more accessible, right? Because Africans right now, I think, are part of the leaders in terms of developing solutions that are adapted to their own use cases. For example, I check what's happening in Kenya right now. There are about 1.6 million two-wheelers in Kenya. And there are over 10 startups that are seriously looking into electric two-wheelers. I'm sure Mr. Mondi knows a lot of these people. Because this is a practical solution that works. He mentioned the terrain. And it's an affordable solution because I don't have to taking it for service every week because I'm traveling 200 kilometers per day. So that growth is definitely going to come in the two-wheeler market first in Africa, and then the three-wheeler market is also going to ride on that. So there's lots of opportunities for people like Cab on this. And then the other side, on the personal space, I will use the analogy of telecoms again. Right now, in the beginning we had an iPhone, which really popularized smartphones. But from the iPhone, as we evolved, we now have basic smartphones that are going to be for $40, $50. The same thing happened. Tesla popularized electric vehicles. But at Tesla right now, Elon launched the new Tesla Model S yesterday. It's costing $129,000 before you even ship it to Kenya and put 80% duty on top of it. So it's not really a feasible solution for the majority. But if we look at what's happening in the telecoms, what's feasible is the small city vehicles that are going to be mostly inviting people in the shared mobility. Small vehicles coming out of maybe China and India. You will have a simple electric vehicle that is maybe priced at maybe $5,000 in China that you can bring here. And even if you bring it to Kenya, it will be a brand new vehicle that you can buy for about $10,000. Whereas right now, 90% of the vehicles we import in Kenya and everywhere else are used vehicles from Japan that are maybe 8 years and below. And in terms of so that is going to be inclusive, and that is going to ride on the infrastructure that already been developed. If you look at what we've learned from the solar space, you have people like Mkopa who have come up with Pego systems, and you have people like M-Pesa who've come up with with inclusive payment platforms. So when you integrate the two, you have an affordable electric vehicle, and you have a flexible pay-go model where people can pay via M-Pesa, and people can maybe acquire the vehicle over 3 or 4 years, depending on how I pay per day. I can pay $1 a day or whatever as a usership model until I own it. Similar to what we did with the small solar systems in the rural areas. That is a model that is going to transform mobility in Africa faster. So I think the transition to electric mobility is actually going to happen faster in Africa than in most part of the world. Because in most part of the world, they're still looking at building a Ford F-150 that is $50,000, a Tesla. Whereas not many people can afford those. But whereas riding on what we're learning in Africa, people are going to bring the smaller, more useful vehicles to Africa. And also, a lot of governments are also looking at mass transit buses. So that's also another high growth area with rapid bus transit systems.
Okay, we generally tend to think of electric vehicles as being cutting edge technology, and you've actually mentioned, of course, like the F-150 Lightning. You generally will only tend to hear about Tesla, and that's a very, complicated vehicle. When I say complicated, I mean, of course, not relative to an internal combustion engine in terms of the drivetrain, but in terms of now the autonomous tech and the like. But it might be actually possible that we might have an electric vehicle that maybe might not be cutting edge, bleeding edge technology. Because especially if you're thinking about the wider spectrum, because again, it doesn't have to be a four-wheel vehicle. It could be, like you mentioned, it could be a bus, it could be a three-wheeler. I had the opportunity to have a tour of the Mahindra Research Valley just before the pandemic hit, and they're looking into electric tuk-tuks. They're looking into electric three-wheelers, electric four-wheelers. Those are not necessarily going to have self-driving tech and autonomous emergency braking and the like. But just to give like a better primer on some of the other electric vehicles that people are using on the ground. Maybe Omondi, you can plug in with that. Just the idea that an electric vehicle doesn't have to be a Tesla or a Nissan Leaf or something else like that. It can be something that can actually resonate with what people are actually using on the ground. So based on your experience, Omondi, what would you say is that adoption on the ground for electric vehicles that may not be Tesla, F-150 and the like?
It's actually pretty simple, especially speaking from a two-wheeler perspective. An electric vehicle basically, because you're looking at the drivetrain. For the electric drivetrain, you only need a battery, you need a controller, you need a motor, and you're good to go. You don't need anything else. Take out the gearbox, take out the clutch, take out everything else, just connect them. The braking system is very, very simple. Yeah. So in terms of adoption, like what you're doing in Homa Bay, we have a partnership with Borderwork in Uganda, and they do conversion of Bajaj 100, Bajaj 150s. Just bring in your Bajaj. They take out the ICE, the internal combustion engine, and then they put in an electric engine. So for owning one, it's as simple as that. It's only that now for the adoption, you have to think about other things like the infrastructure for charging, because it's still very expensive in Kenya. So you need to figure out how to do grid charging, off-grid charging, because grid is very expensive. You need to think about the battery, which technology-wise is still being improved daily. At the moment, it's still very expensive, and it's still like the highest risk element in an electric drivetrain, because the management system might fail anytime, or one of the single cells might die and then renders the whole unit useless. So that is the challenge. And the technology-wise, if you want to buy a ready-made EV, is very expensive, because it's still developing and things like that. So compared to the off-shelf price of an ICE bike, an EV is still very, very expensive. And like our target group, the border riders here, they're not able to afford that because they need a return on the investment, and this is like what they use for their daily bread and stuff. So we do not have the infrastructure yet for charging. The costs are still very high. There's still a bit of issues in terms of policy, like registration of EVs on NTSA system is still not possible. They only recognize so far the Nissan Leaf. They've not added a system to pick other vehicles. And a number of issues. But otherwise, in terms of I worry if you leave Naivasha heading to Nairobi, you're going to get stuck at Kijabe. So you don't want to do that, yeah? So that is the issue. If the battery is gotten right, the infrastructure is right, I think the adoption is going to be very fast for 2 and 3 wheelers. even better than the Teslas and the wheelers that may come into the country.
Okay, I think something you've mentioned that Justin also touched on a bit is generally, if you look at the future of mobility, we are looking at a bit of a disambiguation between ownership and usage. So you might not necessarily need to own an electric vehicle in order to use it, because that's something that I'm seeing coming out very clearly in the discussion so far. Because if you're using it for public transport, for instance, if it's a boda that's picking you, or if it's a taxi ride-hailing service that's picking you up, you don't necessarily have to think about what's happening in the back end in terms of whether the vehicle has been charged, how much that would cost, or the high initial cost of that vehicle. All you really need to know at the end of the day is, this is my fare, this is where I want to go, can this vehicle take me from point A to B? But I'd like to ask, like, and sitting from your side of this, what would you say are the advantages of your fleet towards electric vehicles? Is there any shift that you're looking at in that direction? Or what would you say you guys are doing on your side from the ride-hailing service?
Absolutely. So Little is first of all divided into two. There's the retail aspect. You move from point A to point B, pay the driver, then you move on. Then we're really huge on corporate, whereby we're currently serving at least 1,050 companies using our taxi services. So one of our biggest clients are actually NGO, and we're tendering and they're using our services. The first thing they actually just ask is basically how efficient are our vehicles when it even just comes to carbon dioxide, taking care of the environment. So those questions currently right now, we cannot even be able to give a proper answer because everybody's using fuel. We're all using petrol. So when we go out on the electric vehicles, it's a really, really huge boost because first of all, we're gonna contribute towards one of the SDG goals, which is basically contributing to a better environment. So the emission of basically toxins in the air, basically the electric vehicles will be able to help us. And on the corporate front, we keep on now finding that corporates are getting deeper as opposed to just asking, can a vehicle take me from point A to point B? So the USPs need to start getting tightened, and that's why even we would definitely be open to partner with clients such as Daktari to be able to create a better solution for individuals who would want such a mechanic in terms of moving. Because even with the services that we currently are offering, it's just not moving. It's just not a good driver. There are a lot of things. That's why we've partnered with security firms to take care of a client security. We've partnered with insurance firms in case you lose your product in the vehicle, giving training, doing refresher courses. So we are coming to find out that mobility is just not about moving from point A to point B, but the added values such as the electric vehicle will be able to put us at a higher pedestal. And us being a local company and the first local company in Kenya, this would be able to give us a really, really huge boost because we preach one thing: buy Kenya, build Kenya. Buy Africa, build Africa. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, in addition, of course, now to the environmental aspects, thinking about clean mobility in general, thinking like you mentioned about, of course, emissions and the like, I think from a business perspective, a lot of the things that people would consider primarily would be cost. So yeah. I think I can basically ask maybe Joseph and Omondi, what would you say are the distinctions between the running costs of an electric vehicle and an internal combustion engine? Because that's something that a lot of people think about. We are very price sensitive in our market. So like you mentioned, obviously you have a higher cost of entry because the cars themselves are more expensive. Unlike an internal combustion engine, you have to think about the fueling, the charging infrastructure. Because like if you think about it, what we are asking people to do with an EV is almost similar to you buy an internal combustion engine and then figure out how a petrol station is going to deliver fuel to you. So we are giving somebody almost like an additional thing. But seeing as we are going to go forward, we've looked at, of course, Nyawera's perspective from a commercial point of view, even from a private point of view. What would you say are the costs, the running costs of an electric vehicle versus a comparable internal combustion engine? So Joseph,
okay. Let me start by also building on what Nyawera said in terms of like made in Africa, built in Africa, and also what Omondi said on the infrastructure, and also what you said, Miligi. People now need to figure out how to fuel the car. That's where EV Charger, that our startup that's based in Nairobi, is coming in. So we're building charging infrastructure all around Kenya, starting with Nairobi. So if you have time, I'll be in Nairobi very soon. We can go and have a look. I will show you some of our chargers that we're about to deploy. And our chargers, the beauty of it is they are built in Nairobi, and the casing, we're very proud about this. It's made from recycled plastic. We're trying to promote the circular economy. So the electronics are built and printed in South Africa with some of our partners. Like our partner is called Viv in South Africa. But so we get the electronics made there, but we assemble them in Kenya and also build the housing in Kenya based on recycled plastic. So we're trying to deploy our network to make people relax, because everybody's worried about how far can my car go. But if we build a charging network, so like right now, if I can drive from Nairobi to Naivasha and then to Nakuru and then Eldoret and put chargers all along that route, people can be comfortable to drive there and back, knowing I can charge. I can stop maybe at Buffalo Mall in Naivasha and have a burger and charge for 2 hours or so and be on my way. That's the user experience that we want to bring in people, so that people get comfortable, and also all the way to coast. But so in terms of the cost of the study that was actually done by Drive Electric in Kenya, that showed that if you were to compare two practical vehicles, a Nissan, similar type of age profile, they compared a Nissan, I forgot the model, but it's an ICE Nissan and a Nissan Leaf. And they found that over the 1 year, when they were using it as their pool car at work, they saved about 70% on running costs, because the Nissan Leaf didn't need to be go to service every now and then, whereas the ICE Nissan had to get additional service. I think the only thing they changed on the Nissan Leaf was the tires, you know. So same thing, like we've been speaking to a lot of startups in Nairobi, like Kiri EVs, and they've run their numbers on their business cases, and it seems border riders, if they switch to electric two-wheelers, could save at least 50% on their running costs, because there's not much to change on the ICE drivetrain. And coming back to rethinking mobility, here in Africa, do we really need a car that can park itself? Do we really need a car that can drive itself from Kilimani to industrial area? Do we really need that? If I take out $10,000 from full self-driving in a car, and I bring the car towards a price point which is closer to an ICE one, I think for now, to adopt a four-wheeler car that doesn't have the added value of full SD, it will bring the price point, the starting price point, easier and drive adoption. I think as we evolve, because we're coming from a low base where we have very, very few number of vehicles compared to America, I think those are nice to have right now, and we can add them on later to try and make sure we make the cars more affordable.
Okay, I think right now we can just have a few questions. So, because I've seen already we have some questions even from within the panel. So I think we can start basically with Omondi. He had a small question, which I also am very interested in hearing the answer for. So you wanted to ask a question to Dr. Joseph? You have the floor now.
I actually have posted the chat, but the question is, we have very many different manufacturers for the batteries, and each manufacturer have their own charging system, different kind of ports. Some do fast ADC, some AC, some have different watts for the chargers. How do you marry all this when putting up a charging station? Because right now I already have 4 different batteries for different EVs. If there's only one charging station, how is that going to work?
Okay, so let me start with the four-wheelers, then I go to the two-wheelers. So with the four-wheelers, it's like in the olden days, I'm not sure if some of you are old enough to remember. In the olden days, there used to be VHS tapes. There was VHS and there was Betamax. No one remembers Betamax. Everybody knows VHS. It's because at the very beginning, there are always people trying to innovate, and people come with different standards, but there will always be one winner. So right now, in Europe, they're trying to promote a combined charging system, CCS. In Japan and other areas, they're trying to promote CHAdeMO, which is a different protocol. So a car that from Japan cannot be charged with the same charger on a CCS in Europe. And Tesla has their own Tesla adapter, and Chinese even have their own standard GB and T. So what we do, we look at the use case for Africa. For example, in Kenya, 90% of the vehicles are imported, but where are they coming from? Most of them are Toyotas and Hondas coming from Japan. So ideally, which means we would need on the AC side, a type 1 charger, which is charging Japanese cars. And on the DC charger, we would need a CHAdeMO charger. That those will be the majority, because ideally Africans will still buy mostly second-hand vehicles. So which means and some of them come from England. So you would need a Type 2 charger and a CCS, because most European cars are coming with CCS. So that's how we then evaluate. So ideally, it's actually easier in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Zambia, where most of those countries import from Japan. So we would have, so our charging stations actually have dual socket or dual compatibility. They work with the car that comes from Europe and also a car from Japan, but we're mostly weighting them on the Japanese side. And then now on the two-wheelers, it's the same thing. A lot of people are now starting to make their own two-wheelers and assembling them here in Kenya. Some people are bringing them from China or from India or from Vietnam. And they have different battery chemistries, different battery management systems. But the charge port is ideally the same, because one, they're mostly adopting a battery swap model, where you take out the battery from the two-wheeler, you take it to your apartment in Kilimani, and then you can plug it in just like your phone. The thing to really catch there and watch out for is the type of battery chemistry you're using. In Africa, it's quite hot. So most batteries developed in Asia and Europe and America are using a chemistry which has nickel, cobalt, and manganese, which needs a very good battery management system and also thermal management. So those batteries may not last as long in Africa because of our conditions here. But I think most people are now pivoting to lithium ferrophosphate, which is more resilient and robust to our conditions in terms of the temperatures in Africa. So I think more people are now adapting those ones going forward.
Okay, that's actually a very interesting point. Do you think we might need to consider possibly a situation where we're looking at regulation that is limiting the number of charging ports or charging, in fact, basically we make sure we get off the ground right. Because like what we were mentioning now, like with mobile phones, part of the reason we're able to leapfrog was now that ubiquity, that everybody was accessing the same platform in the same way, using basically effectively the same type of devices. So what would you think would be some of the things we need to focus on from a regulatory perspective? Because the charging would be one, but what other things would you think we need to focus
on? So it's charging one, and two, standards. Because I think everybody's treating this as a gold rush. The next big thing is mobility, and the next big thing is electric mobility. So everybody is jumping into this. So I think there's already some work going on behind the scenes in Kenya and also other places where people are now starting to formulate EV policies and say, look, what are the minimum standards in terms of the type of vehicles, one, which vehicles must be prioritized, which type of batteries should be prioritized, so that whatever wins ultimately as this company scale is going to work and be long term, because most of these startups obviously need investments to scale. But as it says, if your battery is going to have some sales fail, when you promise your investors you get your return in 4 years, but your battery fails in 2 years, how then do you get your return? So standards are things they're looking at: the batteries, the motors, everything. And also in terms of like how we the other thing that's going to also help is maybe the conversions that are happening on the two-wheelers, but also conversions on the four-wheelers. I know there's a company, Opibus, that are also focusing on four-wheelers. Because you get many vehicles, you get many people who are hobbyists. They love their Land Rover Defender 110. They want to keep it. How then do we preserve that? So what are the standards going into that, and how do we scale that? So I think those are some inputs we're going to look at. And also in terms of improve and promoting infrastructure. As EV charger, we're an EV charging company, but I think in Kenya is very progressive. They're also looking at improving the building code to incorporate charging infrastructure already as you build new properties. So things like that are also going to help catalyze.
Okay, so Nyawera, you'd mentioned that some of your customers on the enterprise side have actually been asking for more than just the ability to move from point A to B. They're looking, of course, now, I'm assuming triple bottom line, what is the impact on the environment that they happen to be sitting in? You being closer to the people who are using ride-hailing services, would you say that there's a bit of a demand for some of these electric vehicles or more sustainable vehicles? Because I think, like, even before we go into full electric, we could think of maybe hybrid and the like, or maybe like you've mentioned now, moving into other types of transport. So what would you say from the perspective of somebody who is closer to customers than we or the rest of the panel are? Would you say that EV would be a competitive advantage from a business perspective? Because there is indeed a ride-hailing service 100% electric in Nairobi. I won't mention the name, of course, they are your competitors. But what would you say from the demand side? Yeah, because you've mentioned it just a bit from the corporate side, from the NGO, but would you think it would be a competitive advantage?
Absolutely. It is going to be a huge advantage, because you see, Little being a tech company, our work is basically innovation, especially growth. Each and every time we keep on creating new features. So you'd find, even look at how when you're eating, these days there are no plastic straws. Straws are either made of glass or recycled paper. Like it's really different. The government just banned papers, or what we used to call them jualas. So you'd find that if a customer actually has an opportunity to use a different kind of vehicle, and it's contributing and gearing to their own personal principles, which is basically living in an eco-friendly kind of environment, they will basically go ahead and go for it. And it just acts as a better advantage for us as Little, is because, like I said, we are one step closer to basically putting our services in terms of contributing to what the world is going, where we're basically moving. So a lot of individuals who are using the ride hailing, because if you're using a taxi, it means that you're definitely at a certain pay grade, because the minimum taxi rate is usually on all platforms not less than 170 shillings. So if somebody can be able to pay even 50 shillings or 60 shillings, just for that aspect, knowing that I am contributing to my own principle for making it eco-friendly, it's a 10 times more efficient vehicle, then definitely individuals would create more demand. And what, like I was saying, is we're looking at partnering in the future with such vehicle categories, so that on the corporate side, the demand is so high. A lot of international NGOs that come to Kenya, that is always the first thing that they're asking us, is how are we contributing to an eco-friendly environment? And currently, we're trying to find solutions. So definitely demand on the retail side will also build up. Yeah.
Okay. I think when we talk about mobility, like we mentioned, it's all encompassing. It's a very wide thing that we have to look at. Let's look at moving towards now the rural areas. Like in addition to, of course, power, maybe network connectivity, what are some of the other challenges that you'd be facing when you're trying to provide, like a reasonable, cheap, fast, transport solution for people in a rural area? I think Omondi had mentioned some of the things, like the fact that it's on demand as opposed to being on a schedule. But like how, like for a ride-hailing service, for instance, mapping is incredibly important. How is that infrastructure playing out, like in a rural area? Would that have an impact on which town you decide to go to, or are you just going on the basis of the potential for customers?
Okay. So first of all, lesson that I personally learned when I started the ride-hailing aspect, creating this notion and mentality of one size fits all is absolutely wrong, and it's absolutely false. You see, the way Nairobi taxis are the way to go is the way tuk-tuks are the way to go in Mombasa. So what we are currently doing is we are finding out, if we go to a location, what is the current system that they are using, and then how do we incorporate it and make it better? But if we go with the mindset of Homa Bay guys, Nakuru, Nyeri must use a taxi, that is absolutely false. So we are actually even cascading it to making it even bicycles, just the normal, not boda, but just bike. Like we even onboard it in the platform. Because what we came to find out is, if we create this mentality of what is working in Nairobi will work in different areas, it's just where we absolutely go wrong. So instead of inventing something new, because literally at this point there's nothing new under the sun, we find what is currently working, tweaking it and making it better. So we see the systems and the norms that are currently in place in that particular rural area, and then now we bring it to make it and how we could be able to incorporate tech in the space. Of course, there are a couple of challenges: rigidity in mindset, not ability to wanting to change, thinking probably more on the negative side because on the positive. But you see, those are changes that happen in humans. Even those are problems that come when human is suppressed to change. So it's not anything new, but we don't invent something new. We basically map out, do a geofence, look at it properly in terms of what are they using in the mobility section there, then tweak it and then make it to see how can it fit in the tech area to suit their needs and wants.
So like, for instance, if you were to look at like movement of goods, because that's a challenge that we also have in Nairobi itself, in what you'd say would be the biggest urban area in this region, addressing, like just knowing where you need to go, you know, so where is the person that you're picking up and where is the driver? Are you having any of those challenges in rural areas, or people are very familiar with the landmarks and very easy to say, you know, you go pick me up next to XYZ shop?
Actually, in Nairobi is where we would be able to face challenges because it's larger. In the smaller areas, like it's quite easy because you see, let me give you a proper example. We have a couple of manufacturing clients in Kisumu and Nakuru, and for them on the B2B sector, a lot of business that we generate from those areas are the transporting of goods. So either if it's mabati, if it's steel, it's a lot of manufacturing. It's a lot of ferrying products as opposed to ferrying individuals. So for them, our high feature, which is the preferred driver, works perfectly there because there's already a trust that he has been embarked. We get them the pickup, they have the pickups there, and they basically just move within the application. So they've already marked the place. And getting lost in those particular areas is a little bit hard because they know each other and it's like they're already a community. But here in Nairobi, it's definitely quite difficult. You find individuals and clients begin asking about insurance, begin asking about the routes, how about they use this, will my goods are safe? So there's so they've already created a strong rapport and connection amongst them. So we are ferrying more of the goods aspect and incorporating insurances for them, and it convinces them easier as opposed to how we're struggling here in Nairobi because people are definitely more advanced.
Okay, I'd never have thought that being in a rural area would actually be an advantage to some extent. But
on
that's
the
whole
goods
point
section, on the goods section, it really has helped us on the corporate front. On the retail front, for sure, B2B section, especially for manufacturing companies, I wouldn't say we're struggling quite a lot. It's quite easy because it's a solution that does not exist there. So we are giving it to them, and it's quite they'd receive it more positively and even faster. Yeah.
Okay, when it comes now to that additional infrastructure bit, I think maybe Joseph and Ondi now can come in over here. When you're talking about now the charging infrastructure, you know, in a rural area, do you also face similar challenges? Like, what is that split between trying to set up a charging infrastructure in a rural area versus trying to set up one in an urban setting? What would you say would be the challenges, the differences and the challenges?
It's actually easier. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I haven't tried setting up one in an urban setup. For the rural setup, luckily, most of the riding patterns in a place like Homa Bay are normally circular, like they're within a few kilometers around town. There's like a geofence within town. If you go further inland into more rural areas, because Homa Bay is a bit very urban, the movements are a bit linear, but the distances are longer because they go further, they take people into the last miles of transport. So in Homa Bay, it could be easier, and maybe I'm thinking coming towards to Kisumu, Nairobi could be much easier because you want to place a network of charging stations strategically so that somebody doesn't have that fear of running out of charge while on transit and it's very far away from a possible stop station. So the biggest challenge I can say for us is the issue of cost on charging on grid, and then the proper infrastructure from the grid. Because if you go to shop A, for instance, in a rural area, you might find that power in that shop has been pirated and is being shared by 10 other outlets. And then the circuit breaker is at the other end. And so for you to agree with this shop owner that you set up a charging station here, you have to figure out how to give it its dedicated grid line, figure out how to do like a consumer unit with adequate circuit breakers, because what they normally have is just adequate for basic shop lighting and sockets and things like that, cannot charge like 2 EV batteries on that. So that is the biggest challenge. And then we need to develop a business model for them as well. So if you're doing independent edge to the charging station, so then that is a bit tricky because the adoption rate for EV is not so high. So if you tell somebody maybe only 3 people will come and swap batteries here, the amount of money you want to offer for those 3 swaps is very little of compared to if you had like a large number. So there's a bit of challenge you have to address. It's like a circle. You have to find a way to break it. You cannot put up charging stations, but you need to put up charging stations so that the adoption rate goes high. So that's a bit of the problem you have in the rural area. I don't know about the urban side, Joseph.
It's almost the same. Like for example, for us as EV charger, we're going with AC charging stations first. So they charge slower, but they're cheaper. As a random example, like if you park at a coffee shop, let's say you park at an art cafe, and you are there for 2 hours, you get a decent amount of charge. So we're starting with those areas first, where you can chill and charge. That's like our angle. Because DC fast charging, where you charge your car in 20 minutes, are extremely expensive. Like for example, if you were to buy something that's over 60 kilowatts that can charge your car in 20 minutes, that one charging station is over $100,000 US. So the number of cars we have now, how many people are going to stop by and charge then? When will you get your money back? It will take a very, very long time. So those are some of the things we have to consider as well. And also the other point you mentioned in terms of like the capacity, it's also applicable in town. For example, you might want to go to the same coffee shop or the shopping mall, but how much space is there to onboard your additional charger? Or let's look at on the B2B side. You might have an office park, or maybe a depot where you have buses. And if you say you want to charge 10 buses at the same time, will your substation be able to handle that additional load? So those are some of the considerations that we have to look at. So you have to look at it from a holistic angle, from the energy side, and the infrastructure side, and also the use case, like what times are these cars charging? So you can also design based on, so you design your charging pattern so as to not disrupt their current use case as a business customer of yours.
Okay, so it seems like that's going to be a challenge that we're going to have to look at in general from the point of view of the infrastructure. So one thing that you mentioned, which I think is also really interesting, is almost like an agent model. So you're thinking about how the person who is charging can make some money off this. They're in a better position to protect the investment of the charger, to make sure that it's a safe environment, to make sure that people have dignity. That's of course very incredible. I like the idea of using the shops that even both in a rural and urban setting, it allows somebody to engage in a commercial activity while they wait for their car to be charged. And that's really, really incredible. Of course, you have to think about those things at the end of the day. But I think seeing as we are just about to go into the next session, of course, which is going to be very interesting, it's all about esports. Maybe now we can just finish off with a few final words on what you individually are thinking in terms of the future of mobility. So again, I'd love to start with Nyawera. What do you think you'd say as your parting shot for the future of mobility in Africa, from your experience, from the experience of the panel so far? What would be your parting shot?
I think being the only lady in this panel, I basically get to start every time. But first of all, I think we need to move into a section whereby anybody can basically use a different types of means of transport, regardless of your pay grade, from tram stations to train stations to bicycles to boda, either electric or still using fuel, and not feel the need to have a car to set yourself in a certain pace, because comfortability needs to be all mobility suggestions all around, so that we be able to reduce the traffic, increase efficiency, getting to your things on time. Then definitely, to top it up, incorporation of technology in the mobility section is quite important. It creates proper order, it makes it quite easier, it's a smarter way to be able to use the services, and basically eases things. I think us in the space of mobility need to just fine tune and look at how guys in the rural area can be able to access this great means of technology in the mobility section by basically incorporating what they use as opposed to innovating new things that would create quite a difficulty. So technology in the mobility section is definitely the way to go. And I feel we definitely need to move into a direction that even the CEOs of the CEOs can comfortably use a train station and not feel that they are less. But other than that, it has been a really, really amazing session. And thank you so much for having me on board.
Thank you very much. Mr. Omondi.
Well, for sure, green technology, digitalization, that is the future of mobility. We've all accepted that in Africa and generally worldwide. For us as an organization, in addition to pursuing this path, we're doing a number of other things. Like Alvin said in introduction, we're trying to determine what is the potential social and environmental impact for this society. We want to make sure that even when now the big players come into this area, there are adequate technicians who are able to service the bikes, because you don't be carrying your vehicle to Nairobi every other time that it breaks down. We're happy that there's a lot of conversation going on in the scene at the moment. I know there's an association for EVs that is being put together by different local stakeholders in Kenya. And there are different people handling different things, like Joseph is handling issues of charging. So and there are a number of local manufacturers, guys who are doing retrofitting. So as a country, we're definitely on the right track. My parting shot probably would be for us to really start thinking about e-waste, because in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to have a lot of dead batteries in the country, and that is now going to pose a whole new problem together. So we are setting up a pre-processing plant in Homa Bay for e-waste, and we welcome stakeholders to come and partner with us. We are willing to take on waste from different companies to pre-process it before we will partner with other people to sort of export it or properly dispose of that. So it is an issue that not many manufacturers are giving thought to right now. But as you saw with the mobile phones, they had to be forced to adopt a take-back mechanism. We should not get there. We have a lot of EV batteries lying in our houses, because we know, because of the chemical compounds, they can be pretty dangerous to us as individuals and to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Kudzai, you can basically give your parting shot before we move now to the next panel.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mirigi and Nyawira and Omondi. It was a beautiful panel, very insightful. And I think the way I see it is we are living in very, very exciting times. I think the transition is going to supercharge from going on now. It's going to accelerate. Things are going to happen faster than a lot of people think, because as we start in the learning curve, the major component of electric vehicles in terms of cost is the battery. But the batteries, as people learn how to make them better and cheaper, and also as volumes grow, there are record sales now. I think there are 12 million vehicles now on the road, EVs. So the batteries will get cheaper, and that will bring down the price of the cars. And the batteries are actually right now 60% the cost of the car. To make a car, it's most of the battery. So if that goes down, it makes the whole car or the whole vehicle cheaper. So these are exciting times, and also especially in Kenya, where people are very tech savvy and we blend all the whole tech ecosystem in there. I think it's where we're in for some beautiful times.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joseph. I think at this point now, I can feel free to, of course, thank you all for being part of this panel. It's it's been an incredible time to share this space with you guys. Your wealth of knowledge has shone through, and I hope that we can meet maybe offline. So it'd be an incredible opportunity if this was a face-to-face pre-COVID situation. Yeah. But at this point, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you, the panelists. Thank you to the organizers of the Vifaa Tech Festival. I have been your moderator for this session of the panel, Mr. Murigi. So yes, I just want to hand over to the host now. Thank you very much. Let's go over to the next session. So I'll hand over to the host now.
Thank you so much for that, Murigi. That was such a wonderful discussion. I hope you all enjoy it. To Dr. Joseph, to Nyawira, to Omondi, to Murigi again, thank you. Now, let me take this opportunity to appreciate little as a transport partner, sorry. We really appreciate it. And here's the beauty of this. This is just a reminder. We are trending. Like, your tweets can be seen worldwide. You know, if you have any question, if you want to share any view or insights in regards to the topics of discussion that we've done or the ones that we are yet to do, feel free to use our hashtag Vifaa Tech Festival. The next panel or the next topic we're going to be discussing about is on esports and mobile gaming. And the moderator for this is Brian Barasa, who is the head of business development at Pro Series Gaming. Brian Barasa is an esports evangelist. On top of being the head of business development at Pro Series Gaming, he's also the co-founder of Nairobi Comic Convention, popularly known as Nikon. Okay? The first speaker is Brian Dianga. It's so funny that we have two Brians in this session, but anyway. Brian Dianga is also known as the Beast. Brian Dianga is a mentor at Safaricom Blaze, a pro gamer, a streamer, and a behemoth in real life and the Kenyan gaming scene. He's also recently featured on CNN and the Ashabun, one of Japan's national newspapers. The next speaker is Sylvia Gadoni, who is a pro gamer, and she's also known as the Queen Arrow. She is a final year law student and a pro Tekken player and content creator currently signed to OU. She has 4 years of experience in Tekken and hopes to be a world-class Tekken player and most recognized esports athlete from the African region. The last speaker we have in this panel is Ben Roberts, who is the CTIO at Liquid Technologies. Ben has been Liquid Telecom's Group Chief Technology. Let me take that again, I'm sorry. Ben has been Liquid Telecom's Group Chief Technology and Innovation Officer since 2017, having previously served as Liquid Telecom's Chief Technical Officer since 2006. With over 20 years experience across a range of technologies, Ben has also quite the interest in esports and gaming. To the moderator and to the speakers, welcome to this lovely session where we talk about esports and gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. This is the Vifaa Tech Festival, and if you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the festival. We are just getting into session 5, and it's going to be a very exciting session. We'll be talking about esports and mobile gaming. And before I get into too much of it, I'm going to introduce the panel that has joined us for today, beginning with the lady, the only lady in the room. Sylvia, just tell us a bit about yourself and what you do in the esports industry.
Hey everyone, my name is Sylvia Gathoni. I'm also known as Queen Arrow. I'm a professional tech player and content creator currently signed to UIU. My current goal is to, as the host mentioned, is to become a world-class tech player and the most recognized esports athlete in the African continent. And also just, be a trailblazer and make sure that esports is actually recognized as a legitimate activity.
All right, great. Thanks for that, Sylvia. Next, we'll go to Brian Dianga, popularly known as the Beast. Tell us a bit about yourself and what you do in the esports industry.
Hello, everyone. They call me the Beast, and I'm a pro MK player, and also I'm just an all-rounded gamer, and even recently started streaming. And my goal in this gaming space is to educate the masses, because Africa, we are a bit lagging behind. So my goal is to get Africa to speed with the rest of the world in the gaming industry. Yeah, and have fun while doing it. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Beast. And last but not least, I do this with great pleasure. I would like to introduce Mr. Ben Roberts. Please tell us a bit about yourself and what you do, especially also that touches on the esports industry in Kenya.
Cool, thanks. So my name is Ben Roberts. I'm with Liquid Telecom and I'm Chief Technology and Innovation. I've been playing computer games since before both Brian and Sylvia were born. Just say, but right now I see a lot of future in how video games are impacting a lot of things. But as Liquid Telecom, we're supporting esports, supporting video game developers, supporting local server hosting and things to kickstart video gaming industry across the continent of Africa, particularly in Kenya, but in other countries as well. So happy to be here, Brian.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's such an honor to host a very prolific kind of panel this morning. And just as I'm getting excited, maybe we could jump into the conversation and we could maybe go around and just try and figure out, when was it, at what point did you get into gaming? Ben, you've already mentioned a bit of it. And how has your experience been in the esports industry, or just generally in the gaming industry so far? Maybe we can start with Ben and then take it up from Sylvia and then Brian.
Okay, thanks. So I think I got into gaming the earliest. The first game I ever played was what you would call Pong or Bat and Ball on a console, or a stand-up video game arcade machine. And I remember where it was. It was in a place called Llangollen in Wales. But it's just a, two bats at the top of the screen and a ball bouncing up and down, and you move your bat. I played against my dad and I beat my dad. So that's about the last time I played competitively in video gaming. But, really grew up with games like Manic Miner, Jet Set Willy, Elite. But you won't have heard of any of these. I got my first PlayStation 2, I think was the first PlayStation I ever had. And I've been a PS gamer since then, and currently playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater again on the PS5. But I used to have that on PS3 before. So yeah, I think it's a great thing for fun and recreation. But really, what interests me most about gaming and having the experience of being able to do gaming and making coding and making games as well at an early age is the association between gaming and digital skills. So whilst many gamers out there, your parents might think you're wasting time in the bedroom playing video games, you're actually developing the digital skills you need for the 21st century. And you know, certainly, you know, when I started gaming, we would be programming and writing and hacking the games we had. I just see that they come hand in hand. You know, if you give a computer to a child at an early age, the first thing they want to do is to play games, but they're also, you know, becoming computer literate, even through play. But you know, there are other ways to get more serious digital skills like programming and other things as well. So I think, you know, for me, that's a big piece of the impact of gaming. And you know, it's fun as well as great for your education.
Thank you. Sylvia, would you like to take the same question?
Okay, this is something I've actually mentioned severally in interviews, but to recap it for the audience who's watching us currently, I got into video games through the influence of my elder brother and my cousin. They were both like really avid gamers. I used to follow them around in arcades in town, and we also had some of our own consoles here at home. So I was just really interested in how they're just playing against each other, having fun, and I just wanted to get in on the fun. So these are the old school games like Super Mario, Contra, Tapper, and then my dad got us a PlayStation 2, and then we started getting into Mortal Kombat, into Street Fighter, into Tekken. Then for me competitively, I began playing Mortal Kombat 10 at the East African Gaming Convention, and I came in 4th. So that was really like super encouraging for me. And that's how I actually met Brian Diana at the convention, and he kind of also encouraged me to get into esports. Then I realized that I was having fun, and I was also utilizing my time outside of school properly. Then I transitioned into Tekken since I didn't like the balancing of the characters in Mortal Kombat 10, and from 2018 I just continued playing Tekken and enjoying myself and learning the game. Then I actually got my first contract with Exit Gaming, which was really like a really rare opportunity for a Kenyan and an African and at that to be sent to an international esports team. Then from there, I left Exit in January of 2020. I joined Brutal Democracy, then I left, then I got signed to UIU. And in between that time, I've actually realized there's been an improvement in my gameplay as a Tekken player. And I've actually had the chance of winning some tournaments and even coming top 8 in my own locals. So yeah, I just really want to like continue improving and growing as a player and as a content creator.
Great. Brian, tell us about your gaming journey so far.
Mine was just a wild adventure. So I started gaming back. No, how did I discover gaming? I grew up a lot around my uncle, and he was the movie kind of person, him and my dad. So, you know, the days when Rambo and Commando are the movies and Terminator are the only movies to be seen. And then I think one time he came back with the console that had a gun, and the game you are shooting on the screen and you're shooting at ducks. And you know, after movies and liking shooting movies, and then they bring to you a gun and you can shoot something in the screen. And just as a kid, I was blown. I was like, hey, this is the life. And I think that's where I started with gaming. And then it goes on. We moved into the slum, and then I realized the only thing that makes sense in my life is gaming, because I had the option of joining gangs and stuff, but me, I just found my escape in gaming. I mean, I would go to video dance to entertain kids. I mean, at the same time, I was entertaining myself and staying away from some very bad shit. I was there playing games, and you know, the thing about games was outside the reality was just very dark, very unpromising. You know, the future was very dark outside. So when I went to play these games, it was an escape. I remember in PlayStation 2, there was this game called San Andreas. I think that game I have over 6,000 hours in it. Like the idea was just to go there, you feel you're bored, you feel you're stressed, hungry, you just take a bike and ride around the city. Man, I was sure if you took me to San Andreas in the US, I wouldn't get lost. That's how bad I took that. That's how good I was at the game. And then it moves forward. I had problems even in school. I mean, I remember I used to skip school. There's a time I did like a week. I was just taking my uniform, going, living in the gaming there and coming back home. And then a week later, I find the teacher at home and he's like, yeah, this guy has not been in school. And I was leaving home, going to school, man. The whooping I got. And we fast forward to 2013. That's where I discovered pro gaming. And how did I do this? I was working at Canada as a what do you call it? Storyboard illustrator. So my job was to draw illustration for adverts before they were done. And after I was done with work, my co-worker used to hang around in YouTube a lot, and he used to watch gameplays from Brad the Brad. So he joined me to this culture of watching gameplays, and I was like, then I couldn't afford a console and stuff. So I was just here all the time watching the games. And then once there was an ad that popped up, it was an MK tournament. And when I saw this, I was also playing MK. I used to go to town to play MK9 at Trick. And even my local gaming, then I used to go just play MK because I just loved MK. I started playing MK in Sega while I was around class 1, and I just loved the game. So when I saw the game, people playing it and actually winning, I was like, yeah, I gotta play this. I have to do this. Like, if people can do this and they get paid, why should I not? So that's how I got into pro gaming. But before then, I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just into it. I didn't even know how to hold a controller properly. So fast forward, I moved to Egypt, and then I started meeting pro players from Europe, and they showed me even how to hold the controller properly, how to do combos, and it was just a learning curve. I came back in 2015, and there was the first Mortal Kombat tournament. It was Mortal Kombat X, and the funny thing was, I was playing Mortal Kombat 9 throughout, and then when I came back, they released Mortal Kombat X. So the first day I played it on the tournament. Well, actually, the first day I played the tournament was the first day I got the game. So that was the first time I played the game. And funny enough, I got top 3, but also I got top 3 because it was being played on the PlayStation 4, which was also new. So a controller desynced, and I didn't know what that meant. My controller just stopped working, and I just got pissed. And the beast I am, I left. I didn't continue participating. So we went forward, met Sylvia at EAG, where I was top 2, and again consecutive. And it has just been that journey until we got to Safaricom Blaze, and that's when I realized there's a lot we need to do in the gaming scene. And I went around the country mentoring young kids and students alike, and I got to learn a lot. And with that is the idea that now I want to empower gaming in Africa for everyone, not just people from the slums, just everyone in general. We just need to, because I realize we're like 20 years behind in the gaming scene. And this is what drives my passion. I like doing the impossible, because one time they told me, stop gaming, what will it help you with? I got here with my gaming. So I feel like this message of mine can help change a lot of people. And with the knowledge I have also in gaming, because I play almost every game, I can just blend in anywhere and talk about games and make it work. And that has been it's the beginning of the journey. Yeah.
Right, that's quite interesting to hear. I'm drawing a lot of similarities between all of your stories in what I experienced myself as a gamer. So I started out gaming as a kid on PC, which was what a lot of people played back then. And this was due to the influence of my father. He used to take me to work with him. So as he's doing his own thing, I'm on his computer, I'm playing video games. I think that was Prince of Persia, Dangerous Dave. Those are the games that I played. But I'm sure that right now, what the industry is very different from what it was when I was playing back then. I also transitioned from that into the game that you mentioned, the console, which was Ending Man, that used to come with a gun. So I'm sure what the industry is right now is not what it was. We talked about, when we were growing up, we just talked about a gaming industry, but right now we're talking about an esports industry that is a branch of the gaming industry. So I'd just like to find out from a gamer perspective and also from a corporate perspective. And this question will be directed to both Brian and Ben. How do you see the industry changing and the involvement of corporates, especially with you, Ben, when it comes to the involvement of Liquid Telecom, because that has really helped the growth of the gaming industry in Kenya, and also with Brian, with your involvement with Safaricom and other corporates to just kind of grow that gaming scene, that esports scene in Kenya. How do you see that, the state of esports right now currently in Kenya? Maybe Ben, you can take it first.
Yeah, thanks. I've been talking quite a lot about this subject, and I learned from one of the last webinars I did, and there were and who's an expert in esports marketing, and he was talking about endemic sponsors and non-endemic sponsors, which is a new word to me, I think. But Liquid Telecom, we are working with esports just because Liquid Intelligent. Sorry, I've been working at Liquid Telecom for 20 years, and I keep getting the new name wrong, and it's Liquid Intelligent Technologies. But for us, it's about demonstrating the power of the technology we provide. So this is what this guy would have called an endemic sponsor. We are providing network connectivity, high-speed fiber, data centers, and enabling people to game faster. So we've done a lot of work, as well as supporting and sponsoring esports. We've done a lot of work to make sure that a lot of the gaming cafes are using our fiber. Typically they may have been using very slow links that were not really suitable for gamers, and they hadn't really connected up the consoles. So we've been making sure to connect them on high-speed links, and really change the experience for gamers. And even with when we talk of gaming, speed is important, but we talk of latency of networks, and that is the time it takes for your packets to get from your console to a server. We're doing a lot of work with optimizing that. We're in Kenya, but a lot of gaming servers that people are using for the games we're all playing. Some are in South Africa, most are in Europe, some are in UAE, or in the Middle East, in Bahrain particularly. So we've been doing a lot of work on the network to optimize how the data flows, to make sure that players in Kenya use the closest server. But the experience of sponsoring with esports has it surpassed what I imagined at the beginning. And we made a small sponsorship to the same EAGC that Sylvia was talking about, the East Africa Gaming Convention, and I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. And that was quite good. But really, we saw the potential when it was Nikon 2017. So we put in a very fast internet link for Nikon, and we limited it to 200 megabits per second. A friend of mine, called me in the morning. He says, people are turning up, they're bringing lots of PCs, you need more bandwidth. So we just gave as much bandwidth as we could. And we saw, the use of the bandwidth by the gamers there was 750 megabits per second was being used, right? There are no companies, there are no corporate customers, banks or anything else that's using that sort of bandwidth in a single branch in Kenya. Maybe some of the ISPs, some of the mobile networks might be using that much bandwidth, but a room full of gamers really can, absorb the technology. So for us, it's obvious. It's a demonstration of the infrastructure we're providing, and I think quite successful really in that. And we're happy to. We're not just working in Kenya. We're working in Zambia. Have some things in Zimbabwe as well. But I think what needs to happen is we need to see more corporate. We don't have a product for the youth. As Liquid Telecom, we don't have any particular thing that we're trying to sell to school age children or even particularly the youth. I think we need to see big brands marketing their products towards the youth. I mean, we have Safaricom Blaze, and they obviously have a lot of youth customers on mobile phone subscriptions. But I'm not really seeing the banks. I'm not really seeing other large corporates seeing youth as a market, and I don't understand why. When
when I was young, growing up in UK, you know, banks would try and get you an account when you were 14 years old. They would give you free money, free gifts to get you to join a bank account. When you got to university, they'd be giving you even more money to get a bank account, you know? So why are we not seeing corporate brands seeing youth as a market? If they can pick up on this point and see more companies, you know, marketing specifically to youth, then I think the association with esports is going to get stronger because I think it's a great platform. And we just had Red Bull. I mean, Red Bull just did an event and we worked with Red Bull. They are, although they don't market their products to children under 18, they're marketing their you know, Red Bull drink to youth 18 to 25 particularly. So, you know, great to see Red Bull participating in esports and other brands like this, but we need more. Like we need more big companies working in the space of youth altogether. And then I think that'll be a benefit knock on for esports, which is largely going to be sponsor driven for now. Yeah. So I think that'll be my my take.
All right. Brian?
Yeah, I think Ben Roberts has a point, and I can give an example because when we were Blaze during the Safaricom Blaze tour, we happened to go to a place called Marekani, and this place, these guys have one console. It's an entire county that has one console. So if you want to play a FIFA game, because FIFA is the real game, you have to wait for a week plus. Like you have to line up for a week. Like you have to wait for 7 days to play and then wait for 7 days to play. So when we went there with Blaze, we had like how many? It was more than 10 consoles, and people were able to play each other from the same town who they never were able to play since they started their gaming over there. So you see, Safaricom brought this experience to them, which I think if other corporates would join, you know, these people would have the chance to grow their skill. Because again, people always say that you're behind with your gaming. And why is this? You play according to your region. So the people of Mariakani, I mean, if you play once a week, for you to be a pro gamer, for me, I have to play like every day. You have to practice like every other hour. So if you don't get spaces or opportunities to meet new people to play with, or to even just practice yourself, you don't grow as a player or as a gamer. So I feel that corporates should join into this, a lot of them, not just Safaricom. We have a lot of companies in Kenya that could, you know, one way or the other support gaming. And this is the time. I mean, even offer scholarships to school, sponsor guys. Teams are being made right now. They need sponsorship. I mean, most of the guys making these teams are college kids, if I may say, or students. Don't have that much money. And gaming requires you to have a bit of money because a lot of this equipment has to be bought, and even if it's space, it has to be paid for. Electricity, data, you know, buying games, it's not cheap. So if we had corporates joining into this, I mean, we have YouTube and Twitch where we could do advertising for them. So it would be a win-win for everyone. Right? Yeah,
Thanks for that, Beast. At this point, I'd like to bring in Sylvia to the conversation. And just like Beast, you've said, the equipment that's used for gaming, it's quite expensive, it's quite heavy. I mentioned I started playing on PC gaming. I still do a bit of PC gaming right now. Console gaming is really huge, but if you do not have the equipment, then you're not able to play properly. However, we've seen something that is called mobile gaming or mobile esports, which is the biggest thing right now in the esports industry, in the gaming industry. Predictions say that by 2022, which is next year, mobile gaming would be ahead of the pack at about $50 billion US. How then do we see, what has been the role of mobile gaming from a gamer perspective? And Queen, I want you to begin by answering this. What has been the role of mobile gaming in kind of trying to assist gamers or anyone who wants to get into esports to be able to start a career? We're seeing more popular titles coming out on gaming. Is that helping? And then maybe on the flip side, Ben, what I'd ask is, how has that helped the uptake of tech and internet service provision from a partner perspective or from a business perspective? Has mobile gaming been able to help the uptake of internet provision in Kenya? So I'll ask Sylvia to go first.
Okay, esports for one, it's supposed to be gamer. It's supposed to be all about the gamer. That's where I'd like to start with. But the problem is, esports it's not accessible to people because gaming is seen as a preserve of the wealthy and with good reason. As you mentioned earlier, the cost of equipment is pretty high. And then if you add the expenses of utilities like electricity, data, it's not within the reach of many people. And, the priority for a lot of people, I'd presume, is, putting food on your table, getting rent. And we haven't really given them a reason as to why they should make the investment of buying a PC or buying a console. So smartphones, yes, admittedly there are some which are expensive, but they're more within the reach of people. And I'd say it's more relatable because, as I said, it's affordable. I've seen a lot of people have been getting into Call of Duty Mobile. I hear Valorant is coming to mobile soon. And there's also PUBG, and that's more accessible to people, and it's more, I'd say, relatable. Because as a college student, I don't have the money to, let's say, buy a console. So, but I have a smartphone which, let's say, I bought for myself, or my parent bought for me, and I get to download all the games that I want, and compete and play and have fun with other people. So, I feel that's mobile gaming is actually the future of Africa. And I feel that it's about time that companies started investing more into mobile gaming and mobile esports if we're going to make esports a mainstream kind of thing.
Thank you, Quinn. Ben, take it away.
Yeah. I mean, play it's a natural instinct, right? For animals and for humans. You don't need any money to play, and so people will play with whatever they have available. And you can be driving down any road in Nairobi and you see a kid, wheeling a bicycle rim along with a stick to see that. It's something you see on a regular basis. So whatever device you have, whatever electronic device you have, there's a game available that will be the, almost different platforms have killer apps, have certain, games that are popular. And I'll just go back historically. The first computer I talk about, and I talk about these games, Elite and Manic Miner, that computer I had, which was a ZX Spectrum, had 48 kilobytes of RAM. It didn't have any ROM. It only had 48 kilobytes. So that's the memory it had. And we're able to play sophisticated games, albeit with line graphics, You go to other things like PC, the hours I've spent playing Minesweeper or Solitaire on a Windows PC, or playing Snake on the original Nokia phones, which was just like a brick, playing Snake for ages. So there's a game for every platform. What we're not seeing is because now with the smartphone, there are so many games on the smartphone. Maybe we're not seeing emerging as being, what is the one of the moment. But certainly the first smartphone I ever had, it was Angry Birds. I mean, Angry Birds has been top of the store on iPhone for extremely long time. I think it's still in the top 20 or something. It's probably dipped right down, but so there's a game available, whatever you have. And I'm seeing, whilst we're seeing a massive, uptake in the mobile gaming in Africa, we're seeing the hyper casual games, particularly companies like Usiku Games making these hyper casual games in Africa as well. This is taking off. But I think for me, the biggest, where I'm, I look at internet traffic, right? Where I'm seeing the biggest uptake is in the multi-platform games. So I'm looking at games like Fortnite. I'm looking at even things like Roblox, where people are playing on different types of devices. Some are on PC, some are on mobile, and you're able to interact with people no matter what they are, what device they're using. And Fortnite's perhaps the best example. It's a free game on most platforms. and you know, this is able to perhaps unify a gaming community which is a bit fragmented by whatever device you have. So the traffic, the internet traffic we're seeing for some of these games is really going high. It's gone up more last year than I've ever seen it go up before. So you know, it's we don't really. I think it's a key of not leaving people behind. So I think the multi-platform games have got this potential.
All right. Would you say that if we were to try and figure out in terms of statistics which platform has the highest uptake? Because you mentioned it's better to play on multi-platform, and there's work you've done with gaming cafes. Is there some sort of statistic in terms of which platform has the most gamers that use up a lot of internet? Is that kind of information available?
Yeah, so I mean, internet doesn't use much internet. So if you're playing online, it doesn't actually, you know, use a lot of internet. You might be having the download of the game itself uses an awful lot of internet, right? If you download Fortnite onto any device, you know, you need to go and get a fast link to download something. But once you're playing, you're not really using a lot of data. So this is where the mobile thing comes in. This, you know, mobile gaming, playing against other people. You can be sitting on a mobile game and in mobile esports. It's not using much. You can play that anywhere. It's not using much data. It's only the download initially that uses up the data side of it. You know, but we can see. I mean, I got some numbers from. I was talking to Roblox recently, and I got some numbers of, you know, looking at how much traffic we had for Roblox, and they told me how many users that would equate to, and it was around about, you know, 10,000 concurrent users for the whole continent of Africa. That's a lot. I mean, concurrent users at the same time, that's a lot of users, right? So, you know, it's quite hard because the actual data to play an online game is the information that's shared isn't very much. You know, it doesn't mean it's expensive.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Sadly, we have run out of time. So just as a matter of closing, I'd like to give each one of you a few minutes to just give some closing remarks, and then we can hand it over back to the host. So we can begin by Queen Arrow, and then Brian, and then finally Mr. Roberts.
So my final remarks would be, I really hope that esports will become the future of Africa, especially in terms of job creation. And I hope that also some of our policies, especially in terms of the legal language in the law and just other policymakers, come on board to help, say, rehabilitate the image gaming currently has within our society, because I know that would go a long way, especially in enabling the larger society and especially our parents to support children and their endeavors in this space, as well as just, you know, young adults, because I know there's a lot of potential here that we're really sleeping on. So thank you so much for having me, and have a great day.
Brian?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Vifaa Tech for giving me this opportunity, for giving us this opportunity to express ourselves. So we need a lot more platforms like this so that we are better able to spread the message. Because I said my goal here is to spread the gaming message, like we're going to be the bishops and pastors in gaming, and we need more platforms like this. And let's just say we have a lot of work to do. And I pray we get the strength to do it in our time and make sure we get Africa to speed in the gaming scene. Other than that, I am very thankful for having this opportunity and for you guys listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Beast. Finally, Ben.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, you know, echoing what Brian and Sylvia said, you know, the opportunity for us to sit and discuss, you know, the future of these things is great, and thanks to Vifaa Tech. I think, I mean, I gather this is you know, this event is about sort of consumer devices, consumer electronics, and that conversation itself, you know, needs to be driven more. People are getting other devices besides the mobile phone. People are getting smart TVs. People are starting to get consoles. There's always there's available games on smart TV, right? There are apps that you can get. So what is mostly holding back esports and gaming, I think, is about the platforms and the devices and the consoles. The biggest, Sylvia talked about policy, but the biggest thing that could change this is around reducing taxation on consumer devices. We have a situation where this type of device, a console, are already expensive and only accessible to people, more privileged people. But once they're landed in Kenya and come through, it's really pricey. The price I just paid I bought a PlayStation 5, I shared, but I paid 90,000 shillings. And that's about 60-70% more than I'd pay if I bought it in UK. And I would have bought it in UK if it were not for the lockdowns. I would have just carried it back in my suitcase. But I couldn't wait. So we're preventing these high taxations on devices are preventing this expansion of the digital economy in general. And it starts with the smartphone. But it goes up to, what is your next device? The smartphone might be the first digital device you get. What is going to be your next digital device? Will it be a tablet? Will it be a laptop? Will it be a PS5? Will it be a smart TV? But while we're taxing everything so much, we're just throttling what is a high growth industry. So, the biggest impact would be on reconsideration of the way we tax the import duties on these items.
Right. Thank you so much. And let me take this opportunity to thank this great panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. To also the guys who are watching from wherever you're watching, at home, at the office, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been the Vifaa Tech Festival, session number 5, where we're talking about esports and mobile gaming. I have been your host, Brian Barasa, the esports evangelist. I'd like to give it back to the host and say thank you once more and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. That was such a lovely session, getting to learn more about e-gaming and esports. Now, let me take this opportunity to thank each and every speaker and moderator on various panels from yesterday through to today for taking us through the various talks that we had. Thank you so much. It was amazing. Now, I have a small giveaway to give courtesy of Little. And when we started yesterday, we mentioned that we are going to give out a giveaway today. If you participated in the games that were going round online, okay, more so on this live stream. And here are the winners of the people who are going to get promo codes courtesy of Little worth 2,000 shillings. 1, Anthony, if you're here, congratulations. Keith Sila, congratulations. Elsie, congratulations. Sammy W, congratulations. Lulu, congratulations. Samuel Omoto, congratulations. Mr. John Murage, congratulations. June, congratulations. Nadia, congratulations. And finally, Lennox K. Let me take this opportunity to also appreciate Gadgets Africa for giving me the opportunity to be the host of the first edition of the Vifaa Tech Festival. My name is Alvin Buru and I was your host. Do have yourselves a lovely day ahead. I would now like to call Mr. Saruni Maina to give us the closing remarks as we wind up on this event.
thank you so much, Alvin, for inviting me here, and thank you for sticking with us until this very minute. We really do appreciate you, and we couldn't actually have done this without you. But before I actually tell you goodbye, we do have some goodies. You know, we do have the Vifaa Tech Festival Awards, and we do have quite a number of awards to give to brands that operate in Kenya. So without further ado, let's get to it. And I will start with the first category of the day, which is the most reliable home internet service. This one is actually special to me. You know, at home, probably you're sitting at home actually streaming this right now, and you know very well if your internet service provider messes up just a bit, things go off, and uko gizani without internet. So, which is the most reliable internet service in the country? The first nominee is Power Internet, Safaricom Home Fiber, Fiber by JTL, and the OG Zuku. Well, I can tell that you already can guess who is the winner for this. And the winner for the most reliable internet service in Kenya is Safaricom Home Fiber. And we do say congratulations, Safaricom, for providing the most reliable internet service in the country. And we do hope that you are going to better your service to even be more reliable than it is right now. And the next category, we are going to be moving through this quite fast, is the coolest home appliance. You know that device that is in your house and you look at it and you're like, wow, this is actually cool. So the first nominee is LG Interview Fridge. And let me tell you guys, this fridge is amazing. Yes, it does cost quite a lot, but it's amazing. It's that fridge you probably saw on social media with that knock thing. It's really good. And then we do have a NutriCook Rapid Egg Cooker. Definitely this is for those guys who wanapenda mayai but cannot do much about it. And then we do have a Yuki Robo Vacuum Cleaner. And this is a new device in the country. So you can guess who actually won this category. And the coolest home appliance, courtesy of Vifaa Tech Festival Awards, goes to LG Interview Refrigerators with the knock function. Congratulations, LG, and feel free to send one over for us to demonstrate, and be sure that for real, this is actually the coolest home appliance. And we move on to the best laptop brand in Africa. Yep. This isn't just Kenya, but in the whole region of Africa. And the nominees are HP, Dell, Asus, and Lenovo. A reminder that these votes were actually based on the number of votes that people voted through the platform that we had launched earlier. So if you didn't get to vote, well, we are sorry, but we will have another award session much later on and you can get to participate. And the winner for the best laptop brand in East Africa goes to Hewlett Packard, aka HP. And we'll move on to the best mid-range smartphones. These are smartphones under 50,000 Kenyan shillings. And the nominees are the Xiaomi Redmi Note 10 Pro Max, and yes, it's Xiaomi. Samsung Galaxy A72, Oppo Reno 5, and the Vivo V20. And the winner for the best mid-range smartphone in the country, under 50,000 Kenyan shillings, with an outstanding number of votes, over 60% of the votes, goes to the Samsung Galaxy A72. Wow, Samsung really did good in their voting campaigns. All right, let's move on to the next category, and this is the best TV in Kenya. I'm sure you've never heard of this in the whole country. No one else actually awards this brand apart from us, Gadgets Africa, here at Vifaa Tech Festival. And the nominees for the best TV in Kenya are the Samsung Q60 series, LG NanoCell, Samsung X8000 series, that is Sony X8000 series, Hisense Frameless Android TV,
And the winner for this category as the best TV in the country is the Samsung Q60 series. And congratulations to Samsung again. All the campaigns you did on social media really did pay off. And now let's move on to the next category, which is the app of the year. Again, this is also personal to me. I'm quite an avid application user. And let's get on to it. Number one nominee, my Safaricom app, followed by Glovo, and then the Little app, and Jumia. So, out of these big shot applications, every application here is definitely a big shot application. Who do you think was the winner? Just take a second to look at that list. Who do you think is the app of the year winner? Without much surprises, the winner is my Safaricom app. And congratulations once again to Safaricom for this great win. And as we head on to almost the end of the awards, we do have the best flagship device. This is the best of the best. The phone that offers everything you could ever want on a phone. Everything and more. Probably even 5G that we were talking about yesterday. And these are the nominations. Number one on the list of nominees is the iPhone 12, and then the Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra, the Huawei Mate 40 Pro, and the Xiaomi Mi 11. And the winner on this category is the Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra. Hey, Samsung, okay. All right. Yo, Juju, all right. Samsung, congratulations once again. You do take home the best flagship smartphone of 2021, courtesy of Vifaa Tech Festival Awards. And we have come to the end of that section. Congratulations to all the brands. Congratulations to Samsung for winning as the best mid-range smartphone, as the best TV in the country, and also having the best flagship phone. Congratulations to Safaricom for winning the best app of the year and also the most reliable home internet service. To LG for having the coolest home appliance, and of course to HP for being the laptop brand, the best laptop brand in Africa. And now I'd like to take this opportunity once again to say thank you to everyone who has joined us, everyone working behind the scenes who have made this broadcast possible. This whole expo would not have been possible without you. To all the speakers, all the moderators, my heartfelt thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And a big thank you to our sponsors, starting with our gold sponsors, Dell and Intel. Man, you guys are amazing for all the support you gave us. And thank you to Samsung. Not only have you sponsored this event, but you also went ahead to provide some of the televisions that we're using here as monitors. As you can see, the beautiful 8K TV that actually launched in Kenya through Vifaa Tech Festival. Yeah, that's a big deal, my guy. And then next, Little, thank you so much for the support that you've given us as a transportation partner and also as our giveaway partner. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And speaking of Little, we still do have a few giveaways left. Follow us on social media at Gadgets Africa. That is across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And for sure, we'll be buying one of you lunch courtesy of Little and Vifaa Tech Festival every day of the week for the next 7 days. Yes, you heard me. Free lunch on us courtesy of Little and Vifaa Tech Festival for the next 7 days. And also, we'd like to thank Canon for being our production partner. Thank you so much. Thank you, Canon, for coming through for us. And also to Wakify, where we've actually been bringing you this live broadcast. We do say thank you. And guys, take your time to visit Wakify. They have 2 locations here at ABC Place and also in Kilimani. This place is beautiful and it's lovely for co-working and also as a dedicated office space. And with that, I'd like to say thank you to you, the viewer, and Kwaheri. Thank you once again. I'm so grateful. We are grateful as Gadgets Africa. Kwaheri. And oh yes, my name is Rimaina, and until next time, keep it Gadgets Africa. This has been Vifaa Tech Festival. Africa's first Consumer Tech Expo. Bye-bye.
See, today, it's a very exciting time. This is the shoe of the future. It's completely